friends from all over the globe, and welcome to the second day of the Inside Out Festival. Now, before we get into the proceedings of today, we first of all want, some of the critique we received yesterday at yesterday's event is the timing is horrible. People are busy finalizing administrative processes, exams, organizations are wrapping up their reports. And so we do acknowledge that date plays an important part when doing this work. People thought this is extremely important work, very appropriate. The timing is perfect to, in the context of what is happening in higher education, in society in general. But we have to think carefully about this time. So today you might see a lot of people coming in and out as they would like to be part of it. Some of their obligations just might require them to be in different spaces at different times. Secondly, we as part of our reflexive practice, we then just some key reflections from yesterday before we hand over to Zongasile, who will do the official welcoming on behalf of the office. From our yesterday was those who were there. I hope you were, was when I went to sleep last night, and I don't know how some of our senior managers do this, having to do 5 programs in one day and still arrive fresh at the next day, VC, and present. But we're mindful as well of the amount of effort it does take to make sure that we honor such events and occasions. And we need to honor the voices of yesterday. Most of the people who were there yesterday are here today. And these were some of the thoughts. Besides the showcasing of the different work that is being done, both internally and externally, there was a very rich conversation that took place amongst the participants of day one. At the first roundtable that was facilitated by Monga, some of the key points, so I'll just raise 2 points from each of this, and thank you so much to the wonderful team that have already prepared some of just summary highlights, was the importance of language, not only the spoken language, but the content, the way we speak in these spaces, if we are to be truly inviting of everyone to participate in the discourses around what does it truly mean to be a transformed, engaged, and responsive university. The second important point, and all these points I think are extremely relevant, and they will be coming out in a festival report, is the importance that every voice matters. And we have to listen carefully so that we make sense of the various voices who are trying to complement one another as part of the broader social justice agenda in working towards creating society, co-creating societies where everyone could actualize their full potential. During the second roundtable, fantastic conversations emerged there as well around knowledge. And Erna sent an apology, but I was looking at the ocean because she took us and she told us of the importance of storytelling in sharing knowledge in ways that is meaningful. And that, again, we recognize that knowledge is everywhere. Part of the project here is how do we bring those knowledges into convergence with one another so that they do respond to some of these key matters that we know requires a special type of thinking and a special type of agency. Then there was a nice debate, and I'm sure our lecturers would have enjoyed this, about the students that we send back to the community. There was almost a sense that students enter our university as students from the community, and then they return back to the community as students from the university. And that sometimes causes some almost social disruption in the thinking, and we have to think about that connection between inside out. Is the university inside? Is the university outside? What do we mean? And I think that conversation provided some fantastic thinking around the concept. Then the third conversation was around transformation through engagement and the value that engagement offers, although they're not mutually exclusive, the transformative processes. And I think the key takeaway for me there was it has to start with ourselves. We're so busy trying to transform institutions that we're not looking at ourselves. And so we have all the beautiful words around what transformation is and what it should be. But if we look at our own practice, we might be concerned that we're not actually living those values that we're espousing. And people were okay to sit in tension, because sometimes we have to sit in tension with that almost contradiction that we have, because we don't yet have a system as fully transformed as we hope. But I think it's in the process of working that we're starting to make sense, given these various levels of complexity. What is the best way to then position ourselves in the institution so that we keep that transformative mindset, the ongoing process? It's a circular learning process, and the learning never stops. So those are just some of the thoughts from yesterday's conversation. And then I'll pick 3 random questions that we left with that were unanswered through some of the discourses we had yesterday. The first question my colleagues captured here was, how are we actively addressing the core issues of exclusion within our university, ensuring a transformative response to this challenge? The fourth bullet here is, are our graduates genuinely equipped to positively impact and contribute to the development of their communities? And how can we strengthen this aspect of educational outcomes? And the last one, how can we instill a culture of continuous transformation in education, ensuring that it dynamically evolves to provide meaningful and relevant solutions for ongoing community advancement? So those are some, quite a few other questions as well for us to ponder on. So I'm going to immediately call on my colleague Zongasile class from the Engagement Office to do the official welcome for day 2. Can we put our hands together and welcome Zongasile?
Thank you, Dr. Bruce. A very good morning to everyone this morning. The weather is nice and lovely. Let me first introduce myself. Igama lam nguZongezile. Class, I won't call my middle name. Ndiphuma eWoma. I was born and raised in Woma. Now working with the Engagement Office under the directorship of Dr. Damons. I'm a graduate of the Nelson Mandela University. And at this moment, I want to welcome everyone. And with special recognition, I'm of that generation, generation 80s, where I feel a little bit guilty to call people by their first names. So I would like to give a special welcome to our VC, Prof. Umama Umutwa, and our DVC, Prof. Utata Ukiet, and to also our Engagement Office Director, Utata Wetu in the office, with Dr. Damons, and also welcoming our partners from the University of Bath, Prof. Rajani Naidu, and our partners from UNISA, Prof. Puleng Sikhalo, and Dr. Tiniko Chauke. Our international guests, our representatives from South African universities, our representatives from various community organizations, internal engagement entities and community-based organizations that showcased or exhibited their work yesterday at Mission Vale campus. And our guests from the Nelson Mandela University. As Dr. Bruce has alluded, that the conversations were very rigorous yesterday. I was watching online. They were very rigorous, challenging, and I hope that today also we will dive deeper, more in depth. But I want to acknowledge, before I take a seat, to acknowledge the step that the university has taken in making a significant change in communities. It takes a special kind of response for one to have a caring heart about their community. On my way to work, I always pass Route 69 at Donken, and there is a quote there by the late Tata Nelson Mandela that says, our society needs to re-establish a culture of caring. And I believe that as we come together here, it is because we care. We care about our communities, we care about our society, we care about ourselves as individuals. And I believe that working together in collaboration with each other, we can achieve anything. A verse in the Bible, in the book of Genesis chapter 6, it talks about the period after the flood, when people got together and decided to build a building that would go up to heaven because they wanted to see God. What I love about the story is that the Bible says God recognized that what these people wanted to do was possible because they were unified. And I believe that if we work together, collaborate together, engage together, anything is possible. Welcome to ISO Day 2 2023.
Thank you, Mfundisi. Thank you, Bash, for the warm welcome. I'm going to immediately hand over now to, you can see Bash was online yesterday because the DVC declared title free, the ISO space title free yesterday. So please, Prof. Kiet, Andre, before you arrive, you leave Prof and you arrive as Andre to the podium. And please welcome our DVC for engagement and transformation, Andre Kiet.
Hey, yeah, lovely. Good morning, everybody. How is it this morning? Yes, okay? Great stuff. So, friends and friends, as we embark on the second day of the Inside Out Engagement Festival, I think we stand at the threshold of a unique celebration, one that relates to collaboration and the transformative potential of universities. And I want to do a particular reading through the lens of Mandela, the social figure, and link that to the inside-out notion of the conference. So when the university adopted the name Nelson Mandela, in 2017, it conceptually and symbolically committed to moving the institution beyond its geographical markers, and more importantly, to invest in the university the formative ideal of producing and disseminating knowledge in service of society. Because the team asked me to engage with the importance of the intellectual program around the engagement project. So since then, our university has been engaging in a process of reflection and debate with its major stakeholders on what bearing the name Mandela may mean. And we have built up a very, very impressive resource base to look at the academic expression of Mandela. How do you screen the knowledge project through the social figure of Mandela? Because the university, at the time of the name change, literally wanted to move away from the idea of a branding exercise, that the name change is a branding exercise. University said no. The name change is a reorientation of the university itself, and because of that, a reorientation of the academic project. So we have had a number of debates and conversations over the past 5 years, and in keeping with the university's commitment to inquiry, we focus on the idea of critical thinking, debate, and of course reflection, Bruce, as you say, which will become, and have to become a hallmark of our university life, because within the academy, we have very, very poor and weak categories of self-understanding. We don't actually know what it is, the impact of our work, and that has to do with also our weak categories of self-reflection, even as we punt this particular ideal, in different types of discourses. We literally lack a peculiar reformulation of the self and its space within the university. So, Bruce, when you do ask for that particular beginning point of the self, that self can only claim some form of true reflection if it has reached a point of giving up something along the way, which is something that you, in a big sense, do not experience within universities. That is why it's so difficult to transform the university space, okay? Because at that moment of giving up something, we step back and then we allow the reproductive forces of the university to kick in. But in the Mandela name, we have brought together some of the leading observers on what the meaning of Mandela may mean, and what does the academic expression of Mandela present to the university. And we have learned a great deal, especially through the work that's been organized by the Transdisciplinary Institute for Mandela Studies. And at the time of this peculiar but very, very difficult proposition from the Vice-Chancellor's office, what would an academic expression of Mandela look like, Because the easiest things to do is to change the name of the university and change the name of a few buildings. And of course, there you have Nelson Mandela. But this is not what the university actually wanted. And there's some great work in our archives as to how the academic learning and teaching and engagement projects can be rethought through the lens of Mandela. And for now, we are working intensely, of course, with the deanery, the different faculties and divisions as well, to knock together the way in which people developed a particular self-understanding of how the name Mandela is landing within the university, outside of the idea of the naming exercise. Now, the idea to excavate Mandela as an academic enterprise is a long-term project. It's not a project that will fall into place. In fact, if I'm honest, it's probably one of the most difficult assignments that I've got at our university. And every time I have to sit in the performance appraisal sessions, it's one of the areas of work that I always argue that is more or less highly attuned to the idea of slow thinking and percolation, okay? So we may well know that's one of the big debates in higher education nowadays. Slow thinking and percolation, so that this particular ideal emerge in the way that we try to make sense of it. So the idea of sense-making is a kind of emergence of something, and how that may look like, we are not yet sure, but I can refer you to that particular archive, and you will find some fascinating stuff around the academic expression of Mandela. Now, it seems to me that the very notion of inside out can be framed as a Holislasla idea. The university as a troublemaker, a disruptor, a university almost disobedient to itself, insubordinate to the very idea of what it should stand for or what society think it should stand for. Now that's a very nice idea, to be disobedient to yourself, which is of course a destructuring process, almost akin to the demand for an interrogative self-reflexivity. Now yesterday's proceedings support this particular reading of a university disobedient to itself and the way in which the university tried to break its own rules and its own conventions. But you can clearly see how hard this thing is, how the reproductive impulse of the university has such a disciplining effect on our lives and how we spend our time within the university. And so when you ask, why is it so difficult for universities to change, it is not because, or let me not say it like this, it is not only because of factors external to ourselves and the systemic challenges that we're facing within institution, but also the internal factors that construct us as people within the academic process itself. So you have had the showcase of engagement that gave us a panoramic view of the vibrant work that's been done within our communities, but as we may well know, even within that space, the power differentials can't be sublimated, and within that understanding of it, of course, the university's ideal of the hubs of convergence of an equalizing space, is something that will remain a particular kind of moving target that one has to pursue all the time. And one could have seen that also through the roundtable discussions, and of course this particular ideal of the co-construction of knowledge, and whether something like that is indeed possible, given the notions of power at play in our engagement as well. Now today, we're going to have another set of engagement, which is well curated in the program construction, and we're going to look at the University Bath UNISA partnership as well with our partners, and also look at that particular journey that we have walked to amplify the impact of engagement. And so it's heartening to witness, that we have our colleagues actually here, visiting us in this particular festival, so that we can engage with some of the work that we are trying to pursue. And so one of the things that Bruce has always been arguing is this notion of remaining open, and that there should not be a particular ideal endpoint in mind, because it's almost like a contradictory impossibility, and that is that one would reach a kind of ideal of, say, for instance, the academic expression of Mandela, or an ideal of the transformative responsive university. And part of the reason why it must forever remain almost out of reach is so that there is something to pursue, and that pursuit is the process of learning, education, and self-reflection. Nothing can ever be complete, in a sense. That is not how the world works. So the Hubs of Convergence Research Report will also provide us with some very, very, what one can say, interpretive schemata as to how we try to make sense of the project that the Vice-Chancellor put on the table, in 2018, with, of course, the ideals of the visual narrative that will be shared with our colleagues as well. And then we will also look at the recognition and appreciation of the responses to COVID-19, both from the University of Bath and, of course, also Mandela University. And Maura will also share with us the formal community engagement program in the context of the possibility of developing an international qualification, so that we also not only professionalize the field, but also intellectualize it, and give it a particular kind of sharper edge, so that it can provide us with those conditions of self-critique that we so desperately need. So the Inside Out also implies the boundaries between the academia and society. So even if you think the university otherwise, the university, in a, how one can say it now, in a structuring way, will retain that particular separation from society, and that, lowering of the particular kind of boundaries also require this continued work that one has to do. And in that process, we may also want to reimagine how that particular relationship with community, society, industry, and the others within the quadruple helix then may look like. And of course, we add to that now our big challenges around environmental degradation, and of course, including climate change that one fold into almost like a culture of predatory accumulation and capitalism that construct us all into neoliberal subjects in one way or the other, and how within the university space we can resist that, even if it's sometimes only temporarily. So, now Rajani, yesterday you raised the point about how difficult this particular work is within executive spaces and how we required to hold so many things together, to make organizations function. So one doesn't have the kind of benefit, of siloed thinking in the context of massive balances that requires moderation, in complex organization. And you're right, okay? And so part of the work like this is, of course, to give us that space not to feel so governed all the time, not to feel so disciplined, almost like a temporary release, from our positions of executive responsibilities as well. But in that space, of course, work like the festival is meant to provide executives with different ways of imagining the university itself, And in that sense, it's also a counterbalance to the future that the university has already crafted for itself. Very, very important, Bruce, never ever underestimate that. That for the university to retain a social justice impact in the context of the university as a public good, the counterbalances that one requires within the university to, of course, retune its pathway as a university that is structured in a particular direction is very, very important. I know that in some systems, Rajan, like in the UK, in South Africa, we still have space to think the university in all kinds of ways, despite all our challenges. In other systems, they highly, highly disciplined in certain formats, okay? That makes it very, very difficult for people to do exciting work and work otherwise in those spaces. So in a sense, our idea around the transformative engaged university or the transformative responsive university comes at the right time. And I do think that given the way in which the university sector has been under scrutiny for the past 5 to 10 years, engagement has more or less, at least at the level of discourse, being heightened to some kind of importance with regard to how the university mandates plays itself out, how that will land within the university spaces in practical way. That's for all of us to work at. So we're looking forward to the various kinds of engagement we're going to have today and use the opportunity to use the foundation laid yesterday to engage in even more critical conversations about what the university is and what the university stands for, and of course, forge connections and spark ideas that have the potential to transform our understanding of the world, rooted in two principles, of course, and then one read it politically, and that is love and justice, because it's just a different way of framing solidarity and relationality, okay? And so the work that's been done here over the past 2 days, so the work that has been done here yesterday and we will be doing today, is of course the ones that also has to inject a vibrancy into the university spaces so that both our research and our teaching and learning mandates can be reinvigorated through the types of engagement that we put forward. This particular ideal is not actually original, because if one do the studies, the idea that the engaged universities should emerge through transformative praxis, one can already trace in the writings of the 1990s and of course in the CHE policy formulations of the 2000s. The question is that it just simply didn't emerge, as a particular strong impulse for the university. So your presence and your participation is of such great importance to us. You wouldn't believe it, even in the context of the timing, which is not ideal. This is not an easy part of the year to bring big groups of people together. But there's also a way in which some of this stuff also energizes tired bodies and tired minds, and make us look forward to 2024. So many, many thanks for making the time, and many, many thanks for investing all your different sets of skills into making this particular event a success. All the best for today. Many, many thanks.
Thank you, Andre. And I think I recognize now why I'm in the position I am in now, because of the mandate of disobedience. I just saw disobedience to self, and I'm sure many people can relate that disobedience, I think, from the learning yesterday, speaks a lot of being comfortable with sitting with some of the inherent contradictions that you speak about, and be comfortable with it. Working through the tensions, not around them and over them. And then, but having this richness of solidarity, I think, as Bash said in his welcoming address, also common sense of purpose, but being able to be comfortable with those type of feelings. It's also about the process. The process is more important than the outcome. And it's how we position ourselves in that process to ensure that we embrace the multiple forms of learning that will emerge as we consciously, I think it's also a very conscious act. It cannot be an unconscious act that we are given a generational responsibility to actually respond to. So thank you for reminding us and setting the broad, the intellectual type of framing of this work that needs to be done in this way. When we first propositioned BC the word messy, Andre said, you can't use messy. Messy is just, we found a word, we found it, Andre, we call it complexity, layered complexity. And I think that's where we are. And I think it's about embracing these moments of these layered complex, of this messiness in a way that advances rather than detracts from the broader agenda that we set ourselves as citizens of the globe, and then people that are located in different institutions that strive towards that. So thank you so much. Colleagues, I work with a lot of young people, and these technologies sometimes make me deurmekaar, I must say. So you on your program, the barcode won't take you to a bank account, Nobala, of ZDF. It will take you to a archive of documents, because part of the principle of the festival is to share freely. And if you think you have anything of value that you'd like to put in the archive, please share it. But most of the presentations, including some of the work done by various colleagues around our work, will be captured in this archive if you just scan that. And if there's any issues with that, Ntombo Vuyo and Moano will be the ones that you can speak to. Then there's also just a request from the colleagues that during the tea break, the colleagues of the CCC, if they could just meet the organizing committee, they just want to make sure that a few things are in order before we get to that segment of the program. Colleagues, I'd like to formally welcome our Vice-Chancellor, Sibongile Mutwa. I say this and I feel my mother smacking me behind my head because not saying prof, so I take that spiritual clap behind the head. I think the champion of the institution, the person tasked with the responsibility of moving forward a very bold statement to be in service of society. And inside out, we want to add a few prepositions next to of, in, with. All those prepositions, Leslie, that make us critical participatory action researchers, we attach to that vision. But I think with a very clear type of mandate that seeks to co-construct. I think it's a posture that in itself. It's saying that we don't claim to have the solution, but we're willing to journey in a complementary way with various stakeholders in society. Question, the VC, the constant question when we engage around our different sets of work is, so the question of what are universities good for? There was a nice debate even yesterday as well. What are we truly used for now? 1919 and the philosophers' journey, and we can think about historians, but now, based on what we know, what we have learned, what are we used for now and what will be written about us in the future? What would our contribution have been? And I think from and we'll hear the VC, is this notion of this transformative, engaged, and responsive university, given some of the historical and contemporary challenges facing the globe at the moment when we look at conflicts and pockets of people under threat, when we look at the continent, the same issues that are globally at play, that are happening on our very own continent, in our own country, in our own city. Okay, how do we think, given the complexities Andre spoken about we still have this historical architecture, and then also this notion of how do we deeply think within ourselves to want to make that change? How do we position ourselves? I'm glad I don't have to answer these questions and we have a Vice Chancellor to do it. The notion of then the proposition, ma'am, that you're suggesting that we converge differently. We need to think differently. We need to converge in a way that encourages forms of reciprocity. That is truly, when we say solidaristic in love, that is solidaristic that might find us contradictory at some time, but has a solidaristic intention. When the spaces we create, how we speak with one another, how do we value the voices of the communities that we go journeying with in thinking, the language that we use. Sabrina, we've always been criticized, and it was raised yesterday, of using this mystical language. We use this language that drives people away rather than draw people closer. How do we think about the use of our language? And then the proposition that we grappled with is, so the VC said, we will have hubs of convergence, and they then have to show both intellectually, scholarly, we will have to show intellectually, scholarly, and demonstrably, most important, what this proposition could look like. So, Madam VC, please come tell us why you said those things to us.
Thank you very much, Bruce, for those encouraging words and setting the scene for me to be able to come and share my thoughts, all positioned with humility, because we are learning as we do. We do not have all the answers. I just wanted to, before I move to my written input today, I wanted to just reflect briefly on the event that we had on the 3rd of May, 2019, as Nelson Mandela University. It was in Bethelsdorp, in the community hall, on the 3rd of May. Some of you were there to participate. We sat in this meeting with a lot of members of community that attended. And then we were, the hubs of convergence was a term and a phrasing in my head, which I had placed in my inaugural address because I wanted to find a hook that will force us to demonstrate practically if there is appetite and ambition for engagement that is equalizing. So I put this in my speech like a day before it was published for my lecture. And after this, I was saying to my DVC here, my colleague Andre, that we need to make this real because it is now out there. And how do we approach this? So one of the first things that we did was to go to this community meeting, Professor Mutala, Enva. So in that meeting with the community, we were trying to clarify our thoughts for ourselves on engagement, but also to sharpen, deepen, and clarify our understanding of what are the hubs of convergence. So I read not on a typed script, I read on my notes that I had handwritten that day, which I still have, for which I'm very grateful to Enva as well, and I will tell you why. The meeting was on the 3rd of May 2019, and then on the 8th of May 2019, Enva wrote to me quite a substantial piece of about 2,000 words plus about his impressions and I suppose discomfort and challenges that we had placed to ourselves, and then the questions that we needed to answer in order to be true to the intention of engagements and the hubs of convergence. So what I did, I took a few days to answer, and then I answered in a paragraph only. And then in hindsight, and with the wisdom or the muddling that we continue to have, I do wish that I had given more thought to some of the ideas that Enva wrote. And I would like us, because he's our mentor, as Bruce reminded us, I would like us to return to that work, Enva, with your permission. I know it was written just privately to me, to just look at it, because we've made a few steps forward, but a lot of the questions that you posed about conceptualization, theorization, clarity, the discipline, Andre, of university structures that do not lend themselves to what we are trying to do very well. They were all written in this commentary that Enva gave to me. And I think that was generous at the time when we were all not knowing very well what we were trying to do, but we actually had a sense of how the university should feel like if we achieve what we want to set, what we are setting out to do. So before I delve into my written speech, I just want to read a line on page 6 of that content that Enva gave me. He first said that I had written some notes prior to the event, mainly for my own clarification. And then he said, having attended the event, this is on page 1, not on page 6, I would like to share these notes, now augmented, I see, with the benefit of the event itself, hoping that it may be useful in taking your ideas forward. The event provides us with an opportunity to clarify for ourselves, as Andre has said, to begin with, how the Nelson Mandela University should respond to and develop its mandate regarding the question of engagement. And then he wrote a lot of great things. And then on page 6, he said in bold, not in bold yet, he said engagement here means that in relation to such communities, let me just read from the beginning. He says, the fact that communities are busy, this is on page 5, the fact that communities are busy in finding answers to some of the most intractable issues they face has, in my view, profound methodological implications for the university, especially in relation to the communities directly affected by the triad of disabling conditions such as poverty, and I'm skipping some of your writing, Enver, such as poverty, unemployment, and inequality, even if poorly understood relationally. Engagement here means that in relation to such communities, it is not appropriate to presume that the university automatically has a role to play in these communities. That has always been my discomfort as I moved in and out of the university in my career, that the way the university have always done engagement in a manner that is formulated. And then Enver says, it must justify the university now. It must justify such a role in the first place because it cannot be presumed that the university has the conceptual and practical know-how about what is required by communities. And that has not changed. And that is why we are continuing to engage in the manner that we are engaging. So thank you just for that indulgence. And then I will now quickly go through my written content. And I want to thank the team, Andre, yourself, and your team, and my office for just the thinking that has gone to the ideas that I'm going to talk to today. This has been a collective exercise. In an ironical twist, the social legitimacy of the university in our current age is dependent on how we perform our third mandate, the one with the Cinderella status, that of engagement. For it is not only on research or on teaching and learning that we have been relying as universities for a certain kind of status or legitimacy from the communities in whose name we exist. So, because we have been relying on engagement to achieve the legitimacy in the communities in whose name we exist, it is perhaps time for us to think the three missions of the university in an equalizing order: engagement, teaching, research in one line. This is what we are trying to do at Mandela University. In fact, this is what we are straining forward to do. So I would like to recognize the Deputy Chairperson of our Council, Ms. Michelle Mpato, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, and then they are all members of the university here. And I know that we have been told not to do the pyramids here. So all protocol is observed. As a way to begin, I should like to thank Andre for the brief opening remarks that he has just made, and you, Bruce, and Zongezile to just set the tone for me to say a few words. May I also acknowledge the many other colleagues and experts who are here with us to add their voice to this vexed, intractable, and yet important mission of the university engagement, without which the university itself and the immediate society that is ought to serve would be much poorer. Representatives of sister universities that are present today from 7 of the 9 provinces in South Africa, and I will name these universities. University of South Africa, University of Witwatersrand, University of Pretoria, Northwest University, University of Limpopo, University of Cape Town, Stellenbosch University, CPUT, CUT, University of the Free State, University of KwaZulu-Natal, University of Zululand, and Durban University of Technology. I also wish to acknowledge and welcome, in particular, our international guests from the University of Missouri in Colombia, University of Limerick in Ireland, and University of Bath in England. Rajani, it's so lovely to see you again with colleagues. Let me warmly welcome you to this event in which we provide a critical platform for engagement, and thus the mission of the Engagement Office here at Nelson Mandela University is to engage, form partnerships, and interact with stakeholders towards sustainable livelihoods of the communities that we serve. We do this on multiple levels, including providing a facilitating and support services to academic staff, involved with academic engagement activities, fostering and developing collaborative partnerships between our university, industry, commerce, the community, including local, provincial, and national government agencies, and establishing cooperative education and service learning partnerships with external stakeholders. We are not that university that distance ourselves from the work of other stakeholders, as sometimes inappropriate and suboptimal those responses are. We understand that we have to work alongside government, alongside business, alongside civil society in order to sharpen our responses, because we simply do not know enough. In my inaugural speech in 2018, I delivered an address, as I've said, where I paid a special tribute to my late grandfather, whose belief in education as a public good had a phenomenal influence on me as a person. Teaching himself to read and write, I do honor many like him, whose resilience and wisdom continue to guide me in purpose as we come here today to celebrate the meeting of minds, hopes, and dreams for a more humanized future. Because that is the purpose of the university. Any university that is not prepared to rise to that purpose does not deserve its name to be called the university. The scale, complexity, and polycrisis the world is facing today means that collaborative approaches are more crucial than ever. We know this with the Israeli-Palestine question at the moment. There are screams everywhere that what are the universities saying? There are no calls what our university is researching or what our university is teaching against the Israeli-Palestine question, against the coup d'etats in our continent, and against the Russia-Ukraine war, for example. We are being asked to rise to the ethical nobility that the university should stand for. So, engagement, or the third mission, as it is often referred to, emphasizes the need for universities to make a commitment towards responding to broader social issues. The perilous, compounded, and unique societal challenges the world is facing demand universities to create a nexus between their academic purpose and their social responsibility. Perhaps it is an exhausted question, but relevant nonetheless. What are engaged universities good for? Or even more pointedly, what are engaged universities? Because this question clearly has to transcend the missionary formulation of engagement as we had come to know it when we joined universities, way back then, some of us. This question, though simple in articulation, yet complex in meaning, is producing a new spirit for higher education, higher education engagement, a new energy for self-proclaimed engaged universities like us to enhance collaborative problem solving, strengthen democratic values, advance civic responsibility, address critical developmental issues, and contribute to the public good. This new energy now pulsates around our planetary crisis, nestled between massive inequality and self-annihilating environmental degradation amidst the long-forgotten cosmological life and philosophy of the African continent. Thus, the excavation of African intellectual cultures, another one of our themes related to the revitalization of humanities in this university, is firmly embedded within ways in which we must make sense of our planetary crisis. From Mbembe writing recently, in the earthly community, reflections on the last utopia, he says Africa is the place from which to think our responses. And within this, the African University has a crucial role to play. We need to also engage on this idea of an African university. Even better, it is the engaged African university rooted in equalizing relationships with communities, the state and the private sector, that can co-produce solidaristic and sustainable forms of life and living, as my colleagues have reminded us already this morning. For us, the meaning of engagement is captured in various reports and strategy documents as university community collaboration for the mutually beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources in a context of partnership and reciprocity. And in this phrase, I mobilized the work of PRIS of 2017. And it endeavors, as she says, to position the community-university relationship as a direct and ethical contribution to knowledge creation within a social justice framework. That is PRIS saying, not me. Bruce, yesterday you captured our engagement principles very well. The question of convergence, reciprocal solidarity, and multiple engaged scholarship outputs. There is no need for me to say more about this at this stage. I would like, however, to suggest that yesterday's discussion and exhibition showcased the remarkable engagement work being done by colleagues inside, outside the university, and community partners outside, inside the university. Another exciting feature of yesterday was the robust three roundtable discussion reflecting on the porosity of Mandela University through the lenses of those who experience the university in different contexts. How are we received? This engagement spotlighted how the physical, intellectual, and social boundaries between the university and various stakeholder communities are both defined and imagined. I would like to salute colleagues and organizations that did the exhibitions yesterday. And we're really humbled that you have associated your work with us. These ways of working, principles, and ideas are now captured in our engagement framework to be debated at our University Council this very week, actually, towards the end of the week. So even though, Rajani, we are aware that we are constrained by the parameters within which we operate as universities, within which we are disciplined, we still strain forward to disrupt and subvert what is known to be true of the university in its traditional sense. So that is why our council would like to debate this matter. Our collaborators from other universities and our partners can perhaps discuss and reflect on our own assessment of the work we've done thus far. That is, we perhaps stand on the cusp of a demonstrable expression of what a university such as our own can project into the future in the context of national, continental, and global challenges, especially in the context of our name, Nelson Mandela University. We're grateful for the work and experiments that brought us to this point, and we have a long, never-ending road to travel. I said to my colleagues in that hub of conventions discussion that I come from a village. I've just returned from there recently to bury my father. When I grew up, my community was not affected by the university. We did not know anyone who had been to university. We had not gone to university. I was the first person in my village, in my small village, not in my district, because there are Dlomos, Mkizes, Makanyas that are highly educated in our region. But in my village, I was the first person to go to university, and my father went after me. Now, we were not affected by the university, but we were a proud, resilient, solution-seeking community. We did not, I can't remember my community saying, where is the university? How can the university support us? And that is where my gratitude comes from, that communities can come and work with us so that we sharpen our work, because we just do not know enough. We have long been navel-gazing as universities. We are mindful of our constraints and limitations, so well articulated by colleagues yesterday. As the university, Rajani, you reminded us of this yesterday. As the university, we have long taken the position that we do not only exist for society, but in fact, we are part of the social system that involves other important actors outside of the academy, just like the community where I come from. In addition, our understanding of the communities with whom we engaged is that these communities have agency and interest. And they are not just purely potential beneficiaries of services that the universities may provide. This is mobilizing the work of Paul Benworth in saying this. These principles are embedded across the multitude of engagement projects of our university in all our faculties and divisions. To avoid the risk of exclusion, I will not mention any project by name, you will have seen some of the exhibits yesterday, as I've said. Crisis situation can also unlock potential and lead us into uncharted territory for which collective effort is required for survival. In that regard, while COVID-19 clearly presented a state of crisis, it forced conversations in this university across faculties, departments, and disciplines. This crisis required a form of engagement at a much deeper level than had necessarily been the case before. And through the process of engagement, there was a joint, commensurate response to the crisis. We shifted quickly from questions that had been raised before 2020, in 2019 and 2018, when we recentered engagement. What is this about? We've always been doing engagement. That skepticism was set aside as academics and practitioners under, for example, not the only project, but under the CCC, scholars work together daily to find solutions to the problems. And that was what we gained from that crisis. We have since made some attempts to critically reflect on that very engagement so as to ascertain the many valuable lessons around engagement which we can take into the future. The Hubs of Convergence report, to be discussed later today, does not only foreground important lessons for future praxis, but also challenges some of our unstated and taken for granted assumptions about engagement in particular, as well as about the idea of the university in general. In the interest of time, it would be impossible to lay bare the whole report, but I thought for our purposes, maybe if I share with you some of the broad strokes so as to trigger further thought as you shall continue to deliberate for the remainder of this day. Firstly, I must confess that given the multiple role players that needed to be mobilized as part of our institutional response, most of whom were outside the university, I think the response deepened engagement. In a more fundamental way, this coordinated response gave real meaning to engagement in ways that previous other engagements would not. Maybe because of the urgent and the crisis element that was attached to our response. I mean, the scholars can tell us who were engaged what created that urgency for them. Almost instantaneously, our third mission of the university was no longer invisible and amorphous, but something that was real and which was about real people and social reality as it was showing itself. The engagement also began to imbue within our approach an outward-looking posture as opposed to more inward-looking posture, with the academy insulated from the hard ravages of real life. Secondly, the response had value in supporting the process of convergence envisioned by us as the university. It made it real. It was for this reason that we sought to create hubs that would provide a home for such acts of convergence. Convergence, by implication, means the coming together of multiple disciplines in launching a multidisciplinary response to a crisis. Of course, beyond COVID-19, the object of the convergence would not necessarily be about responding to a crisis, but to respond to other pressing societal challenges that we have already spoken about when I read from Enver's piece. Thirdly, the response did not only force us to lend a critical gaze at ourselves as the university in terms of our posture, our orientation, our values, and our purpose. Rather, it also compelled us to consider a range of purposes for community engagement. While we know that communities are not homogeneous, there is often not much effort in adaptation when interfacing and engaging with communities. Much of this may have to do with the fact that we lack the necessary social and technical know-how. We lack the arsenal, given the socio-historical wedge between the university and the community. It is for this reason, therefore, that we now advocate for adaptation and co-creating with social actors outside of the academy. In so doing, we shall be ensuring unity of purpose and shared goals. And for us, this is not negotiable. As a way to conclude, colleagues, I should like to think that rethinking the mission of the university, and by extension, the purpose for which it can justify its existence, it is not to say that there is something inherently broken with the traditional medieval university. Rather, it is to say that it can do better. In enabling it to break new ground, however, it must accept, and I'm saying again, it does not have the total monopoly of all forms of knowledge, of wisdoms conceivable. And therefore, so that it avoids very real existential questions, it is incumbent upon it, the university that is, to start taking seriously its third mission, since such a mission does not in any way detract from the other missions, namely that of teaching and learning and of research. Put differently, the third mission gives real expression and meaning to teaching and research. In other words, all three missions are part of one ecosystem wherein weakness in one can cause debilitating ripple effect on the rest of other missions. Today, we end the festival in a symposium style, where we will indulge on numerous and uniquely stimulating presentations, including the Hubs of Convergence report, which will be presented by ENVA, which examined the Nelson Mandela University's response to the COVID-19 pandemic in collaboration with the universities of South Africa. We shall also enjoy the screening of the Inside Out documentary. I'm looking forward to that. In collaboration with the University of Bath, we will also recognize institutional responses to COVID-19 through the COVID-19 Coordinating Committee. Part of today's program also includes a panel discussion and creative inputs, as we have seen on our program, from our very evolved and knowledgeable community stakeholders. Spearheaded by the Engagement Office Bruce, we intend for this festival to be a biannual event which will help us reflect on our place and on our connections with community and society here in Gqeberha and beyond. Now, I wish us well in our deliberations and hope that the engagements on this last day will not only be intellectually stimulating, but would also bolster the efficacy of our collaborations as partners in building an engaged and transformative and responsive university of the future for the benefit of humanity and future generations. Thank you very much.
I know the colleagues from our other institutions are immediately saying it's helpful when leadership is on the same page in the way we'd like to do our work. It makes the work so much easier. So thank you so much, VC, for the welcome, and as well as just setting excellent context to the various sets of work we engaged in. Just to inform you, colleagues, Maura will do a presentation after this, then we'll have the tea break. Just a short tea break, and then we'll come. So what we're trying to defend is that mocktail this evening. So it's the time I'm defending, because that's the time when we have the greatest critical discourses. So we're still on track. And thank you, VC, so much for reminding us about the feel of the university. It's not only about the words, but it's about the feel. Thank you for reminding us that the people have been doing this work. People have been doing this work, whether in institutions or outside. People have been critically thinking about how to make themselves better. You gave an example of your own community. And the question is, the big question that we are constant probe with in this space is whose knowledge matters and where does it matter? I think also what is encouraging, Del Rey, is the framework. The head of the ethics committee, welcome. I'm so glad that you are here, because we have to move beyond just oversight and support for this work, as we try to make sense on how do we support the academics who truly want to embrace this project. And we're so glad Leslie Wood is here from Northwest University. She was my promoter. If anyone has problem with my intellectual work, please blame Leslie. She was my promoter for my PhD. But having done work in the field of wanting to engage in this way and thinking what are the ethical implications institutionally, because even all those constructs that we talk about, those have to be engaged with in a way that seeks to advance rather than retard. And I think this would help academics feel very secure in creating certain balances, in trying to do what they need to do as I would call a tick-off exercise, but also immerse themselves then in some of the strategic thoughts. And then finally, the notion of the African university. What does it require then of ourselves and our repositioning? And I quote a colleague from a recent visit in Kenya. She said is that what is critical for us, Cliff, is that we should have epistemic humility. No, Bala, these words sometimes, make chom-chom, ontologies and epistemic humilities and stuff. It's how how do we position ourselves when we co-construct knowledge in different forms? But this is how she defined it. She said epistemic humility is the positioning of our knowledge, not to take over, but for its voice to be claimed in the broader discourses. And to stop to be, so we're not entering the space trying to contest anyone or anyone's knowledges. We bring in our knowledges in the form of the values that have cloaked this continent. And I think that was a wonderful process, because there's fantastic work been done. But are we doing the work when we cite our own scholars? Are we citing Ranghanas that has done that has taken figure 8, Karen, the work that we did together with Leslie, and has built in the calabash as an African a conceptual framework to thinking about participatory action, learning, and research. One of our own scholars at the university. So we're excited about the era that we enter into and these various discourses that we will be having around this. And then the question you says, how do we make this real? How do we start saying, beyond all these beautiful demonstrations, how do we start showing that in multiple ways, and this is what we say, multiple ways to reposition ourselves and learn from people that are exploring this already. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome my colleague from Limerick University, Maura Ashted. And you don't be afraid we were speaking of African epistemic processes, Nadima, so don't be afraid to applaud when we invite guests to the forward. And Maura Limerick University has actually, VC, has community engagement as a formal qualification in their framework. And in a very unique way, One of the sites we visited was an Irish bar, where we met with scholars that were doing work. It was 8:45 in the morning. We met with some young women, mothers, young mothers, that were engaged with Limerick University, thinking carefully about the process of peace. But the meeting was held in the bar, and what a deep intellectual meeting. We're not, no beers, it's 8:45 in the morning, colleague, because the space was conducive for us to meet. As we were reminded yesterday by Cindy, university, they don't think engagement is only, we're doing it every day of our lives, in the church, in Cape Town, on the streets, as Hope Revolution. So we are engaging. This is but one of those spaces. I think if we think of it as an equalizing moment. So we're looking forward to understand some of the complexities you faced, ma'am, in trying to introduce this into the institution. Thank you, Maura.
So when you're Irish and you've got a stereotype, you just have to work with it, right? So thank you, everybody. I'm aware that I am competing with the tea break, which you were expecting a few moments ago. So I won't waffle too much. What I wanted to say was thank you very, very much for the invitation to listen and to tell you a little bit about my work in the University of Limerick. I'm head of community engagement in my university, and I'm also the course director for 3 different community engaged learning programs. We have a master's in community research. We have a professional diploma in community engagement, which is designed, we have a role in Ireland where teachers in schools take 5 years out of their teaching time and they become a home school community liaison. So they work with the families that are struggling or that maybe have challenges with children in school and involvement in school, and their role is to develop the link. So we train those homeschool liaisons in community engagement. And the final qualification that we have is a diploma for adult learners. And our adult learners are from many of our most disadvantaged areas in the city: intergenerational employment, death by suicide, high mortality, lots of mothers under the age of 15, the things that you would recognize, I think, in many communities where you work. And our diploma is for those adult learners, often the people who are keeping the communities together, the people who are the glue in the communities, working but not getting paid and not getting recognized. So some time ago, colleagues in my university went to the community and they said, how can our university help? And the answer was, well, you could stop coming here telling us to exercise more and eat right, and giving us 47 PowerPoints. They said, we know what we need to do. We have projects of our own, we have ideas, we know what the solutions are, but what we need is support. We need support to do what we want to do, and we need the resources of your university to help us. So they said, what we want is, we want community support. We want wellness in mental and physical help. We want empowerment. We want leadership skills, and we want life skills to balance our lives. So community, wellness, empowerment, leadership, and life skills. And that is the name of our degree, Seawell. It does what it says on the label. So that's the program, the Seawell Diploma, that we are sharing with our colleagues in the University of the Free State, Northwest University, and of course, Nelson Mandela University. We call ourselves the Quartet, and you're just looking at one tiny quarter. See. So yesterday in Mission Vale, I have to say that was cheeky because I was all relaxed thinking it was a convivial, and then there's a very fancy place here. You tricked me. But yesterday I listened to the conversations, and they could have been conversations in my own university, they could have been conversations in many, many universities I've visited. And it really struck me that this is a universalism. And when I hear you talking about the third mission, it's like, oh yeah, la terza missione. In Europe, I speak to other universities, this third mission, is it the first, is it the third, is it the lone child? These are conversations we have, very, very similar. What should universities do? What can they do? And of course, the answer always is slow down and listen more. So with all of that wisdom that you have in the room and that you all shared yesterday, I feel that you don't need some European coming here telling you what you already know. So what I'm going to share with you is the mistakes that we made that you can maybe learn from our mistakes. So in my university, we have many, many academics who work with communities. Different academics, pockets working in different programs in different places, PE teachers working with disabled children, psychologists working with Pieta House and suicide prevention. We have scientists working with groups who are interested in water. But what my university failed to do was to recognize that strength. So we had all of these different pockets of engagement, but the university didn't acknowledge that that was a strength, or that it was something that should be facilitated. And over again, you had academics in my university who were trying to engage, and they would encounter the very same problems that they didn't know that somebody else had already encountered and that there was a solution for. So continually, we had academics in the university on the same learning curve over and over again. So, for example, it's much easier in my university to arrange a transfer of €10,000 between two cost centers than it is.
We did not have enough time to request in advance from finance to give them cash to get here. And then you touched on how community members can be part of research when there's PhD students. I was part of Dr. Kangana's study when she was doing her PhD. And fortunately for me, I am working, but some of my colleagues are sitting at home and not working. And I'm happy that Dr. Kangana is traveling, and yesterday she got an award from the VC. It's happy, but what about the guys that helped her, get there? Yeah.
Good. Right, good. So those are the tensions and contradictions we're talking about. So thank you so much for flagging that. The systems. So when we think philosophically about change, what about the system? And I still make the argument that there's still the degree of struggle that's required. Struggle in a way that progresses and not retards. And I think it's through our work that we start to make sense. And I think it's that talk with one another, with finance, making sure finance understands some of the limitations that would cause. What do we offer in that particular way? How do we recognize various participants in ways that are meaningful to them, not only for the university? Leslie?
Hello? Okay. So that question that Maura ended with, how can we change the way we behave? And I think that's what we've each got to take on as our own responsibility. As an action researcher, look at yourself and say, what can I do in my little space? And I just want to comment that the universities where top leadership is committed to this ideal. Look at the strides you are making. Bloemfontein, yourselves, others, I don't want to name them, others of us, we go so far and then, whoops, then we revert back to default again. So, I'm just thinking out loud.
No, that's the space. Remember, you can think in any direction today. Okay, this is a request from Pancho, he's reformed, I heard after yesterday. That when you speak, you please stand up because we are streaming this live. So thank you so much. We mull about those questions. How do we make sure that we don't lose momentum, especially when you have leadership like ours that's actually advocating and supporting and driving the process in its complexity? Okay, how do we make sure that we keep, and I think the onus sometimes resides on us. It's what are we able to achieve when we are given the space to make strides. So, colleagues, thank you so much for the first session. Well done to everyone. And then the timekeepers will sorry? I can't hear you. Oh, sorry. The CCC members who are here, could you just remain behind for 2 minutes? And then colleagues would just like to engage with you. Tea will be served in the foyer where you came in. And then colleagues will call you back when we're ready to start the second session. Thank you so much for the first session. a rich history of working in education, within the labor movement, within non-governmental education organization, and he was a bureaucrat in the Department of Education at the national level as well. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Enver.
Thank you very much, Bruce. For disadvantaged people like me, we've got to drop this a bit. Thank you very much. I hope my time hasn't started running already. Vice Chancellor, you were very generous in the sentiments you expressed, and thank you. I'm humbled by that, I must say. So I didn't think that you'll think about what we exchanged so many years ago. But thank you very much. And I must say, Bruce, that this nomenclature, this name, mentor, is not one which, I accept easily for myself, because I think you have to earn it, really. And the process of earning any such description is really based on engaging properly with people, with their ideas, and learning from them. So mentorship is, I think, sometimes overrated, but because it's actually a process of continuous learning for as long as you are around and alive. And that's what I think it should have. And VC, I want to say that one of the kernel propositions in ideas in the paper I shared with you, which I have had to subsequently reiterate for myself and for many people, for Bruce over and over, is that because of the extraordinary contradictions we face in our societies, more generally, outside our university, globally, in fact, it's virtually impossible for me to conceptualize the role of a university outside conceptualizing at the same time, not separately, but simultaneously, what kind of a society do we want to achieve? That, for me, in some ways, represents a foundational premise for thinking about what kind of role universities might have. And it's that imagination which I think we also lack. So thank you very much for inviting me to do this. They've asked me to do a very simple job, which is to simply present the report. No critical discussion, no engaging with it. Just present the report. And I'm going to do exactly that. It's 15 minutes. I'm sorry, my time appears to be running already. And let me acknowledge also, Rajani, thank you very much for being here. We're old colleagues from SACED in the 1980s. And when I see you suddenly turn up here after so many years, it filled my heart with joy. Thank you for the work we did. Thank you to Tiniko. Thank you to Tombo Vuyo. Thank you to Chanel van der Merwe. Chanel, I wonder if you're here. Thank you, Bruce. And thank you for all those who helped us on the administrative side to put this report together. The report, preliminarily, let me say that it was possible to do this work and to do this report following this work is essentially because it was facilitated by a number of factors, including the promise set out by the Vice-Chancellor in her inaugural address about the importance of community engagement in support of what she called the outward-looking posture of the university. I think that was an extremely insightful idea about how engagement might be conceptualized. And of course, the university, once again with the support of its leadership, provided the institutional arrangements, the systemic arrangements, provided a portfolio which would lead this work, provided an office, a full-time office, which helped the engagement process. It provided a coordinating and facilitating structure and of course the logistical arrangements. So thank you. That's the basis on which we were able to do this work, the few of us who did it. That was the basis, and we did it as a team, collectively. No single individual thought that this is their work alone, which is something quite characteristic of the habitus in which we all are. Universities thinking that it's a collection of great individual scientists, etc., etc. No, this is not that. This was not that. Now, the primary question was to, through this research, we were trying to understand the response the university made in the context of COVID and how that has implications for engagement. By the way, the report, the full report, for your 50 pages of it, please, we will make it available to whoever needs it. You need not make notes of all of this, and perhaps I'm happy to even share my notes. It's not a problem. So please don't trouble yourself to take copious notes while I'm at it. And there are some subsidiary questions which you can see. But let me deal with some of the caveats, which I think are important to set out at the beginning. First is that we didn't have any particular big debate about how do you define community. You know, this issue has been with us from the 1960s, I remember, when we said we are a community involved in community mobilization. What is community? We didn't have that debate. We simply assumed and took for granted that in this case, those communities, those parts of our society which are most directly affected by virtue of their socially marginalized situation, and therefore, as a consequence of the geopolitical imagination of apartheid, that's the community we will focus on. We didn't have to struggle with who should be our community. It's very clear. Secondly, we struggled with time urgency, time constraints, resources. The university organized some resources, but it could never be enough. We could not plan effectively as we'd like. We couldn't set out fully the principles, the terms of reference, our approach to the methods, the methodological premises, the criteria for how we would be evaluated. We couldn't do all of that properly. We couldn't, very, very importantly, we did not engage with the communities with whom we worked on this about what their experience was of community engagement. Remember that. It's an absolutely critical question that communities always say, you do the research, but afterwards you don't talk to us. We didn't do that because of all these, which isn't, by the way, a barrier why we can't do that even now. And of course, there was no time for comparative studies actually there were no comparative studies, to be quite frank, to draw on for this as a response to the COVID pandemic. Now, the main learnings, and there are about 15 or 20 of them, Dumbovuyo, thanks very much for doing this. I know you might struggle with the way, my pace, but I'm struggling with the 15 minutes. So, firstly, it deepened the mandate of the university in a practical and realizable way. That's very important. This is an act of engagement. It's not about a conception of engagement. The doing of the engagement is the absolutely critical thing, not just the scholarship of engagement. No, no, no. Engaged scholarship is separable from the scholarship of engagement. And this is the process itself which is important. And this is how we took forward the Vice-Chancellor's conception of an outward-looking posture. The response had value in supporting the process of convergence by the university. Now, we've written a few pages on this issue in the report itself, what we mean by convergence, is the nature of convergence, how it is conceptualized, what it means intellectually, practically, for bringing together the various disciplines of the university, integrating knowledge, etc., etc. It produced an outward orientation, a unity of purpose, very, very important. This pandemic forced us to anchor our research in real-life issues. The pandemic itself was not some set of theoretical questions, but real-life issues, like the triadic issues that we suffer in all countries of the world nowadays: unemployment, inequality, poverty, the environmental degradation, health and education questions. These are real-life issues, and engagement is inseparable from these real-life issues. The university was forced to rethink its own identity, and that's very important, especially in relation to what are called vulnerable communities. It was because, I think this is Vice-Chancellor's word, university is a very ordinary space and has not developed the capacity to engage meaningfully with its communities. We saw the connection between this work and social transformation. It showed that it was necessary to consider a range of purposes for community engagement. Let me say, yesterday's discussion was really wonderful, but I must say, for me, one of its lacuna, one of its gaps, was a more detailed discussion of what's the purpose of engagement. We discussed a lot about its methodological premises, its techniques, its requirements of respectability, etc., etc. And there was some discussion of its purposes. But I think, ultimately, unless we talk about the purposes of engagement more fully, we wouldn't have done enough justice to it. It showed the necessity of thinking about direct representation of communities in the formal structures of the university. It's a real tough struggle, Vice-Chancellor. I don't believe that councils are adequate for that purpose. I think that we have to find ways of bringing communities, how we define them is a big issue, I know, but we must bring them into the formal structures in some way or the other to redress the imbalance of power between us as an institution and the communities we work with. The university saw itself as a citizen through this work, but I think for many it remains a citizen of a higher order. I'm not so sure that that's adequate. That conception of citizen, there is no constitutional formulation anywhere which suggests that there are higher order and lower order citizens in the country anywhere. But I think universities and institutions of knowledge and research generally think of themselves as citizens of higher order. And I think we have to think through this idea of equalizing our relationships. It showed especially the communities which have developed a degree of self-organization are already grounded in approaches they wish to adopt because they struggle with crises daily, not when we bring notice of these issues. And they don't favor interventions which assume that there is a lack of knowledge on their part. Struggle is one of the greatest teachers, and communities are daily involved in struggle. And that is something we have to understand more fully because out of that grows our solidaristic approaches to working with communities. It's necessary to engage with constituencies which also represent power relations. For us, it's important, government and so on and so forth. But in there, we raise the question of, well, how much time do we devote vis-a-vis those relationships, which are important because they are formative, they are powerful, they are resource-based, and hopefully we can change policies. But, forgive me, my own experience, Vice-Chancellor, in government showed me that more work has to be done outside of it, too. The response showed the potential for supporting a broad national discourse. Bruce, I think this work can be the foundation of a larger discussion in the higher education institutions. And we can really make some contribution to that discussion. And of course, there were a number of limitations and impediments which I go through in the next 2 or 3 slides. So, and part of it is simply that there are really practical impediments. There are impediments which have to do with resources, with rushing into action to meet the requirements of outputs, etc. I'm not talking of pandemic research. I'm talking of engagement research. It's struck by output timelines, which is really problematic because you can build relationship with communities for years and they can dissolve overnight because of something you've not understood or because of some condition which is taking place in communities. I have enormous experience of that myself, and people regard that as failure, but it's not failure. It's part of the condition of the contradictory lives we are forced to engage in and with. And as for the 3 thematic issues, besides the general lessons, we derive some understanding of 3 thematic issues. One is, of course, how engagement and community are understood. We have to understand them more properly and more deeply, but not forever, because as I said, the act of engagement clarifies conceptions. There's no separation between acting and conceiving, none, except in academia sometimes, often. That's the problem. In my view, engagement is not that kind of intellectual requirement. Engagement is praxis. It is about shaping theory while you do things. And the very activities engaged in must form the basis of what engagement constitutes. I know there are significant differences in the way in which engagement is done, and I think we can build from there exactly what it is. Because for some, you know, engagement is a kind of charitable activity. For some, it has some kind of utilitarian value, some use value. For some, and yet for others, it is about struggle and contending with struggle and being true to struggles and solidaristic struggles with and in communities and in universities. So, no, I won't go through the stuff on understanding knowledge co-construction. There was a lot said about it yesterday. And a lot of it is very important, being respectful and true to the linguistic and local traditions and histories and context, and learning to talk with people consensually, collaboratively, collegially. It's not a one-way street. Co-construction is not unilinear from expert to supplicant, to people who are begging for anything. It's not paternalistic. It's not meant to be that. Shouldn't be hierarchical, although there are huge power differences, and there are different approaches in different cases also. Of course, the regimes of accreditation in universities are a huge difficulty. We have to rethink how we're going to accredit this work for academics, because for academics, fortunately or unfortunately, that is their raison d'etre. That's why they are in universities. And universities evaluate them on the basis of that, rightly or wrongly. But the point is that we have to think through how that happens. What are the forms of accreditation? And of course, there are all kinds of ethical issues and barriers. Bruce, you're aware that we've written a document around rethinking the ethical requirements for engagement, etc. We have to mobilize on that issue a bit more. And once again, concept of engagement and so on, and transformation, sorry, it's about the relationship between engagement and transformation. That's what we also learned a great deal more. And we learned also that there are limits to pursuing the agenda of transformation within the university alone, without engaging systematically with its constituencies, especially those constituencies identified by the Vice-Chancellor as important for reconstituting the culture of the university. How many minutes do I have, Ntombo Vuyo? 1 minute. Well, that's appropriate because I come to the recommendations we make to the university. And Vice Chancellor, we start by saying it requires leadership to drive these. It requires that. Firstly, a deeper study is required of what is going on in the university. What are the faculties, departments, entities doing in respect of community engagement? We know that other work is happening, but we don't know enough about it. And there are possibly some hidden gems of actual engagement, of practices which are important, which will shape our conceptual clarity about it. Secondly, so it will help us to work through our definitions, aims, purposes, methods, etc., and strategies. And also, yes, we have to think about how to disseminate and use this work for teaching and research. Absolutely have to. It's a big question. That's all part of the first recommendation. The second is simply about the intellectual, physical, and resource constraints. We have to deal with that, and we're proposing, Vice Chancellor, some top slicing to stimulate this work. Some top slicing, a little bit, not a lot. If we have 1 billion, even if it's 5 million, top slice, it'll be good. 10 million. And let me say, by way of, there must be some other incentives developed. And one of the things I think we must think about is a dedicated research program. Dedicated research program in this area, like University of Limerick has one for a master's and for a diploma. So to conclude, engagement remains a relatively, forgive me, marginal undertaking in the university system as a whole, not just this university, I think globally. It's a relatively marginal activity. Might be called a third mandate, but really, it's a poor cousin. The development of this work has laid the foundation for a much wider discussion about it, and I'm pleased that I'm party to that. Thank you very much for that. This cannot avoid a proper engagement about the university's orientation to engage with the very communities of the university. That's, for me, the absolute key. How we talk with communities about how the university should shape its engagement mandate. We have to talk with communities about how that's to be done. They must be very much a part of the process of defining and developing this mandate for us. Thank you very much. And sorry for taking, I don't know how many more minutes, but as you saw, I had to rush. Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, Enver. Thanks so much, Enver, for giving voice to our poor cousin. In response to the report, we're going to invite one of the co-researchers, Taniko Chaukwe, who's a postdoctoral fellow for the Albert Lutuli Research Chair at the University of South Africa and holds a PhD in psychology, and then esteemed scholar. So I'm going to read out your 3 other pages as well, Taniko. Please come forward and share us your thoughts on the report.
Afshen, Minjani, thank you to the speakers who came before me and who've laid the foundation for the deliberations we're about to have today. And to the VC, Prof. Mutwa, for the instruction in 2019, and to the HOC team and leadership for heeding that call. Distinguished guests, esteemed academics and friends, good morning. It is an honor to be standing before you today to respond to the HOC research report on Nelson Mandela's university response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This report has provided valuable insights into the importance of collective engagement during times of crisis and the critical role of universities in addressing community challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic has been an unprecedented crisis that has affected the entire world and has highlighted the need for universities to step up and to act to address the needs of their communities. As institutions that educate society, universities are responsible for responding to the needs of their communities and working collaboratively to find sustainable solutions. This report demonstrates that Nelson Mandela University has shown a solid commitment to community engagement. We are delighted to have been a part of this project, as it is directly aligned with UNISA's objective of reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures and being a testament to its dedication to serving its community and to ensuring that we center engaged scholarship as one of the dimensions of our academic project. In particular, the project speaks to UNISA's plan of developing transformative projects that critically consider the goals and aspirations of the NDP Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. As an institution, UNISA aims at mobilizing knowledge from diverse public networks into the academy, together with the reciprocal mobilization of relevant knowledge from the academy to our networks for the change. We acknowledge the imbalances of the past and the role of universities in perpetuating knowledges that marginalize community wisdoms, and to this end, centering engaged scholarship is part of dismantling historical legacies that undermined African knowledge systems. This project further aligns with the UNISA Chief Albert Lutuli Research Chair's objectives of establishing collaboration hubs, building capacity, ensuring sustainability, and encouraging engaged scholarship. The HOC report teaches us the importance of collaboration and building rapport with diverse stakeholders. By establishing fair and equal relationships with our communities, universities can create inclusive and diverse environments that lead to sustainable projects and futures. Through the report, we have learned and most importantly are reminded that our communities possess their own knowledge and strategic orientation and do not require approaches that assume they lack prior comprehension and familiarity with the expression and articulation of their daily lived experiences and struggles. Similarly, co-creating knowledge with communities emerge as an essential theme during the engagements and interviews, with interviewees agreeing on the importance of learning from communities, which can in turn lead to the establishment of long-term sustainable relationships. Furthermore, the pandemic and the HOC report teach us about the importance of universities rethinking their identities and purposes for their engagement. We need to challenge ourselves as universities and acknowledge community as critical spaces with resources, and therefore establishing fair and equal relationships that prioritize meaningful engagement between ourselves as institutions of higher learning and the communities we serve can go a long way in assisting us to find collective solutions, particularly during times of crisis. In conclusion, the HOC report has provided valuable insights that as researchers and community engagement practitioners, we must engage in critical self-reflexivity to understand our roles as citizens of these historically unequal institutions. We must reflect on how we can use these institutions' power and resources to influence and benefit the communities we serve through our work. Through collaborative and equitable engagements, universities can learn from the local histories, struggles, and prior knowledge of the communities they serve by ensuring that communities and their knowledges are adequately represented in the formal structures of the university. We can create a more connected and engaged society. Once again, as UNISA, we are grateful to have been a part of this very important project, and we look forward to future engagements as we continue to create paths and bridges in the work we do alongside our communities. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Taniko, for reminding us, and it came through quite strongly yesterday, that engagement is happening every day, every moment, everywhere. These are critical spaces, as we were reminded yesterday. And there are knowledge systems that are converging daily, formal and informal knowledge, or even that's a problematic in itself, the notion of formal and informal, what is formal and what is informal knowledge systems. The kernel and that constant drive, our colleagues from the Metro, Donay, just give me that new sexy name that you have again. The Convention Bureau, as we work in a complementary way. So although we might think there might be political, systemic type of issues, there are people still doing work on the ground that are meaningful. How do we connect in a ways that advance? I think, Enver, the question you pose, what is the actual agenda that we are advancing beyond the agenda of the university? You know the organizers here, with technology. I'll read it verbatim, so if there's any attacks, you please direct it to that lady, to our colleagues there. We will do the panel first, and then there's some technical things that need to set up with the documentary. Ranjani, sorry about that. And so we'll first have the panel, and then after lunch, we'll do the documentary screening. Have I got that correct, colleagues? Sure. Great. And it's still a lot of sense making. You know, this morning I had a fantastic session with my colleagues from Zweden, the ZDF, and they were thinking critically about some contextual issues that might impact their desire to want to make a meaningful change. They're immersed in that process. Natalie, as we constantly think of these complex things of student hunger and how do it's the same type of thinking I experience when we're trying to think about the same type of projects. And so I think the notion of convergence allows, I think, for that form of thinking to come together in different forms, then to see whether there is an opportunity to work together or not. But we realize as well, sometimes we're trying to flog dead horses. Sometimes we just have to accept that there cannot be convergence at some point. But it does not have to, there does not have to be animosity or anger. It's rather trying to carefully seek nuggets of being able to work together in a complementary way, because we cannot be everywhere, all over, and be everything for everyone. But we can support the different strands of work that seek to achieve very similar agendas that we would want to do. So colleagues, you have 10 minutes now quickly to any questions on the reports, any critiques, comments, engagement? Where did someone? Cliff.
Okay, thanks so much, Doug. Thanks all the colleagues for your presentation. I just want to, I got to stand, sorry. Just want to elaborate a bit more on what Prof. Enver said on the importance of research. And I like how, Dr. Diamonds, you create room for us to be critical of ourselves in this work. And there are two concepts I've been thinking about since yesterday as a sociologist and philosopher, the concept of violence and power. Because I remember when our colleague from Hope Revolution alluded to the engagement process being like a marriage, and we all nodded our head in agreement, even I myself, I did. It made sense to me, but then upon more reflection, I'm like, even that in itself is problematic because now you're not even looking at concepts of violence in that and power. Because in my country, Nigeria, a 70-year-old man can go and marry a 12-year-old girl, Go and they will do all the marital stuff. In that process, there's a marriage, But in that marriage, there's some violence in there, and there's some power imbalance that's not addressed. And so even us as a university, we can go and say we're going to marry this community and do this engagement without recognizing the violence that could exist there, the epistemic violence, as well as the power imbalance. So we need to be critical of that as a university when we do the engagement work. So this is why I feel, as much as we have the programmatic side of it, and we have colleagues on the field, there's also a huge importance to have a research aspect where we are constantly rethinking this concept, because as Sarah Ankerman, Dr. Ankerman said, and I'll conclude with this, under Paulo Freire methodology, she says, social justice is not just the presence of peace, it's the absence of all forms of injustice. And so even when we do this work, when we're converging, we have to constantly ask ourselves, what kind of society are we converging towards? And what epistemic violence and other forms of violence are possibly in the process, and how can we be critical of ourselves to remove those? Thank you.
I think Andre and the DVC referred to this yesterday as well. As we try to reimagine new ways of doing, let's not then create the various type of systems that we're actually trying to decode. And that's why we need to remain continually self-reflexive when we do this work in order to continue our own learning as well. Thanks. And these are comments, colleagues, eh? So thanks. Where's another hand? Ray, thanks.
Thank you so much for the space that you've all created here. Representing the Research Ethics Committee for Human Research at our university, I was so pleased to hear the reflections that were provided today. It's in keeping with what I find on a regular basis in applications. There's a tension between the need to achieve research outcomes, qualifications, to meet your deadlines. I need to submit by November. I'm applying for my application 2 months beforehand. Don't talk to me about how I'm going to ask permission from the community to go in there and collect my data. Why are you asking me this difficult question about social justice and giving feedback to the community that I want to get my data from? There is so much tension. It's widespread across our university, across faculties, from student researchers to staff researchers, because of the pressure from the academic deadlines. And the Research Ethics Committee has to hold a neutrality in pushing researchers to think about these matters, in protecting our communities out there. So I was very happy as well to hear a reflection about the engagement of inside of scholarship and the scholarship of engagement. And I believe that without the scholarship of engagement and building that value of promoting that scholarship and understanding what engagement will truly mean for us all, we cannot have responsible engagement within scholarship.
I am a facilitator. Any comments, thoughts? With a minute, Tulu's back. 1 minute. Any comment, reflection? Thanks. Matrona, she's Matrona from Galvindale High School, one of our partner projects.
Thank you very much, Bruce, for introducing that for me. I was just about to say I'm from the Hostel of Hope, and that's it.
Amen.
So thank you very much for this platform. Just thought I wanted to share with you this morning. I drove through to here, and the radio was on. And the question they put out there was, what do we think people have and they don't appreciate it really? And the team give their views, and the one lady said, eye contact. Wow, eye contact, I was thinking to myself. And she said, yes, eye contact. People nowadays don't look one another in the eye, so there's not really that personal contact on how they really feel. Remember, it all lays in our eyes. We can see the hardship, we can see the happiness in somebody's eyes. And then I was thinking, came into this engagement thing, yesterday's thoughts and today, and I was thinking, if I start looking a person in the eyes, I would first-hand experience my first engagement with them, getting the real feeling from within, because I would pick up what that person's eyes tell me the real story. So yeah, that is what I was just trying to share with you guys.
Wonderful.
Then on on Enver's speech and on Mora's speech, I really give my hat off to their university, the university from Mora is from. They are giving people a chance, because we must remember, if we think back those days, how many of us were robbed from being university students. So we must really go back and sit and think, how many potential university graduates are nowadays living along the streets and have no way. If we can just revisit that area or those avenues and give people a ray of hope for the future. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And this is someone that speaks that in the night has to take kids that are from the peri-rural areas and go hide them because gangsters come into the school, kids that disappear over weekends. But she has developed a knowledge system and a network already. That's just truly amazing. I think that we can learn from as well. And I think, Matron, as you speak about the cultures of how we engage, you see that connection. Others connect with the eyes, others cultures they don't connect with the eyes. But I mean, it's that moment of meeting. And how do we value that? I think that's thank you for that reminder that the work should be about that human connection. That's what the work should be about. I think that's what we're trying to say. How do we, in its complexity, so we're not saying it's smooth, but in its complexity, what is that essence of connection? And Del Rey, the big questions we're asking, and we're going to engage the questions of who defines vulnerable communities? Who, if I ask a coach from Major Chiefs and the chairperson of the Zwedi Forum, I'm only saying Zwedi a lot because I see them in my eyes. I'm a bit blind, colleagues, so I'm not that I'm not recognizing other people, is that I am more vulnerable than Coach in Zwedi. But you say I must go and protect Coach where I'm doing research. This whole notion, even the framing of the vocabulary, and that's why part of what we're learning is, Cliff, is to clarify for a reader what do we mean with marriage, so that people can understand our perspective but also critique it, so that richness that you speak about. But I think we also don't want voice to be lost, because sometimes I think we overthink, and then when we overthink, we then lose the ability to act. So rather clarify, allow for the critique, and then through that process of engaged scholarship, because that's what we're saying, that's our proposition. It's actually through doing the work that we're going to produce this socially useful scholarship that should be beneficial for all who are involved in the process itself. So that, I think, you must end now. That was the note. Thank you, Tolu. I'm definitely ending. So thank you so much, colleagues. Give a round of applause for the report and for the debates that were elicited. It gives me great pleasure now to call up our three panelists. The first panelist is Mr. Monga Peter. Now, Monga is an old activist from the Metro. So his CV is longer than some of the speakers here as well, so I'm not going to read his long CV. Let's to say that Monga we regard as a critical community friend in helping us making sense in some of these complex spaces that we have to navigate from time to time. And is on a number of institutional fora, and he is then presently, him and his team, and I have to say this properly because I was challenged afterwards by a community member yesterday on how I put this out. They are facilitating a process of dropping 2 boreholes that we facilitated in Zwedi and in KwaNobuhle. And they have developed a fantastic framework in unlocking some of the complexities around SMMEs and the right of our people to enjoy economic activity through any work that comes in the space. So please give Monga a round of applause. The second panelist is Ruby Ann Levendahl. She never left education, the higher education space. She entered here 30 years ago and she's still here. But Ruby Ann has been doing amazing work across a number of disciplines, very passionate about a first love, the natural sciences and all things natural science. And she's presently the director in the Transformation Office at the university. Ruby Ann, welcome. And our third panelist is Carl Lashelo. He's 22 years old. He's the youngest in the engagement office. He's the head of our engagement section. He has achieved academically. And I met Carl the first time I visited George, and I was always confounded by this title. When we were supposed to meet the SRC in George, and he said, we're waiting for the premier to arrive. And I was saying, but why would the premier of the province be interested in the SRC of George? But that's how the leader of George is known as VC, as the premier. So Carl was a SRC premier, president at the George campus. And what is Carl known as? What do you call Carl in our office now? He's the politician. He's known as the politician in the office. Please come forward, Carl. Thank you so much. So each of the colleagues will have, and this is your time to grill. If you have any grudges, now grill them, please. So when you go home, you have left everything. We're going to give each of the panelists 5 minutes to just share with us what the concept of engagement and the way Nelson Mandela University is positioning engagement in relation to your area and your constituency as well. So Monga, when you reflect through that in your 5 minutes, through the constituency of the community and your experiences with from a community perspective. Ruby Ann, you're representing all 2,000 of us, and in particular, what does this mean for our broader transformation process? And Carl, on behalf of the 30,000 students, what are you saying about our positioning, our understanding? And then please, let's engage with responses. Monga, can you go first?
Thank you. It's now afternoon. Eh?
Yes.
Perhaps let me start by saying the yesterday's input and contributions cannot be faulted. I think the answers lies exactly in the yesterday's interaction and deliberations. So Radin Fundisi and your team, you are indeed acknowledged. In responding to the probing question, let me start by saying the university being a microcosm of society itself, that society which is part of has an expectation. So in answering therefore the question, what is engagement, additional to the responses of yesterday? Couple of recognition have to be made in answering the question. One being recognizing the nature of engagement being intimate. or rather of intimate necessity. And also recognizing that engagement is not taking part, it's not participation, hence the intimate aspect. Naturally, the sense of belonging and being valued as a person being engaged. And of course, it has to transcend beyond the internal and your sector peers. I heard you mention UNISA and all of that. So it surely can start and end within your peers. Not that I'm implying, because I would not have been here, including the colleagues of yesterday, if there was such. Naturally, engagement has to align and addresses expectations and outcomes for both parties in the engagement. Hence the equalization terminology somewhere in the overview of the program itself. Of course, recognize communities as a source of what is aspired by the university. Of course, it has to be institutionalized and also not departmentalized. Yes, engagement has to pervade across the centers, the faculties of the varsity, but it shouldn't be departmentalized. Engagement, there surely has to be empathy as you involve in engagement, genuineness, and the will to engage. My 5-minute ends.
Thanks. Yeah, so the portfolio that I hold is that of transformation, but that is not my sole responsibility. The Vice Chancellor, together with management and all other individuals within the institution, plays a role in this very complex, multifaceted, continuous renewal of the university, all aspects of the university. And the festival is specifically focusing on one of its core functions, that of engagement. But we also have teaching and learning and research. And so how does this then impact in terms of research or in terms of transformation? Actually, if one listens carefully, you would already hear the impact of what was shared early on, the types of reflexivity that this processes, these projects have already initiated within the institution. Self-reflexivity, not only in terms of disciplinary content, where epistemic access and success has not been addressed in the initial parts of, or initial years when the transformation project was being conceptualized, when redress was being emphasized in terms of massification and employment equity. But now there is a concerted effort to look at how institutions of higher education can contribute. And for me, I absolutely believe that this is truly its purpose, to contribute towards implementing effective change and positive change, not the type of developmental change that you hear at international levels where money is being provided and specific projects are being implemented with very specific conditions to be met. We're talking about social justice and the provision of humane environment for everybody, equality promotion. And so in terms of the impact of these discourses, the achieving of consensus in very diverse discussions with our stakeholder communities, with our corporates, bringing them on board as well, and reaching that consensus and co-creating planning and implementing the agreed to projects. And then I think a key element of that is about assessing the impact that it has had. So it's not just about doing, it's also about stepping back and looking at what the impact of these projects have been within the spaces that we are implementing. For our students and our staff, these are fantastic opportunities to bring transversality into the projects, also transdisciplinarity into those projects, so that it's not a specific discipline-driven type of project, but from all disciplines, bringing all stakeholders together and collectively equalizing the relationality cliff around the discussions and co-creating what will then be implemented. And not just using it, Delray, for accessing or harvesting or plundering our communities, but also contributing collectively towards the upliftment of all. This has also, I believe, contributed towards our institutional culture, because if one listens to the manner in which the discourses has taken place, and it is time-consuming, it is laborious to come to consensus with all the multiple stakeholders. So too within the institution, to provide opportunities for those types of, or spaces even, for those type of discussions to be had, and the learnings that has come from those spaces to come into the institution, whether it is to inform curriculum, whether it is to inform further research, or in terms of our culture, how we understand each other, because the diversity of the individuals sitting around those tables are significant. And we don't necessarily experience such diversity in our homes, in our social spaces, so we basically get exposed to those different perspectives, and hopefully through that grow personally as well and bring that into our various spaces. So for me, it's a very exciting, and I mean, I've been attending many of these discussions, and it's really an exciting space for the university to be. And one can actually pick it up from those involved. It's like the potential is being unlocked because their voices are being heard. The contributions that they are making in those spaces are being valued. And so for me, it's really awesome, VC, the space that we are in, really awesome. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Greetings to everyone once more. I think for me, the most basic principle, the most basic thing in terms of engagement, in my conjecture, I would say it's the social psychology behind it. The reason I'm saying this, social psychology contributes towards how a person thinks, feels, and behaves towards another person's behaviors or actions, rather. You know, what was said in the previous day and today actually says it in terms of engagement contributing towards the curriculum. And what I would say for me is to even reference, I mean, the great scholar, educator, and philosopher from Brazil, Paulo Freire. I mean, Cliff mentioned Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Cliff, Pedagogy of the Oppressed in chapter 1, it talks about engagement. It's Paulo Freire who says that the education system on its own is a system that creates students to be passive receivers of knowledge. They have no other choice but to receive this knowledge and not engage with them. You can actually put it to a test even at any university or school. If you tend to ask your accounting lecturer why an asset is debited and increasing on the debit side, they would tell you that you are being difficult. If you want to pass, this is what we are telling you. So that room that is being boxed, really tight, becomes a problem per se, in terms of creating students who can be more creative and innovative, because you just have to receive information. I mean, also with engagement, there's nothing new about engagement. It has been there. If I'm to say, and also reference from the book of Gaungalelwi Tiro, Parcel of Death, Msimanga, if I would say the cause of Tiro's death was not necessarily a parcel bomb, of course the bomb killed him, but engagement did. Because engagement was rejected when he stood up and said that the system on its own forces information onto students, but the worst part then was that it was on a basis of race and racial relations. So in order for us to actually transform the curriculum, the social psychology behind it really matters. I mean, lecturers need to open that room for engagement. I mean, why would I really want to test a person's intelligence on just true and false, you know, without actually engaging it? If you engage it, obviously you are going to fail. If you choose not to answer that question because you interpret it in a different way and want to engage it, then you are definitely not going to meet your DP or actually pass, you know? So that is my take on that. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So, thank you so much. So, Siskosi, Monga says how we engage, amount of empathy we have, the value that we put to that engaged process, the expectations and outcomes that we should mutually set for one another is an important element when we think about how we engage with our communities. Ruby Ann is reminding me of the need that we shouldn't again try to make the poor cousin become the rich nephew in pushing so hard for engagement that we forget the other three missions. And that as we try to redress, how do we encourage the intersection of those mandates to serve the necessary holistic purpose, I think that Carl alludes to as well. Ruby Ann reminds us that this is a complex process. We don't all think the same. We all have different ideas around how this must happen. But I think we in an higher education institution where we should not be afraid to critically engage on these matters. The one critique we have to be careful of, Wensley, is that we don't get stuck and we don't then move forward the bigger agenda I think Enver was referring to in his input. And then you mentioned another important point about how do we measure this work, Maura and Karen and Jiva, how do we measure this work? Do we have sufficient tools available to us to say that we are making significant impact in the way we choose to do our work? Because I think it's a very conscious decision. And if those tools are not available, Kanye, Manzini, how do we start co-constructing those tools to then offer these forms of tools that could speak into some of what would possibly be institutional requirements? And then I think you confirm what the VC and DVC mentioned earlier, Ruby Ann, about this notion of culture, the institutional culture. I think while we are also, we might, as we did yesterday, lament the number of empty chairs. Let's not forget to celebrate the full chairs, because we are here, we are present and engaging. Sometimes that can be a distracting factor. We work with who we are in a critical way, embracing and learning and sharing in a very generous way as well. And I think that's a culture shift. How do we work with Amber around thinking around institutional culture and the various sets of work? So as Maura mentioned, that we know what's happening in the space so that we could speak better to one another and not being reinventing wheels in silos. I'm too afraid to respond to Carl because he sounded so intellectual more than when anyone else cited. I think he's the speaker that cited the most for the day thus far. But I think the notion is, what is education good for? He's asking that question. He's asking a critical question. And he's asking the question when we teach our pedagogy. Pedagogy is defined in how do I choose to engage in the sharing of knowledge at a given time. Okay? So he's asking those questions in relation to them as students. The data that we're getting is that close to 60 to 70% of our students are coming now from quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools. And these are schools that are located in those socio-economic marginalized communities that Enver referred to. What does it say about the shift and the thinking that needs to happen institutionally? Can you still hold up the historic institution versus who we are supposed to serve as our primary, as our fourth mandate? What are the things that need to change? And these are the questions I think we have to work through in our generation to be responsive. Colleagues, open to you now for comments and reflections or questions to the panelists themselves. Siskosi, there's the hand there, the lady with the pink there. It would be great to have a community member perhaps, a student, if there's a student here, one of the colleagues from the university itself.
Thank you, Dr. Damons. It's just a comment. Okay. It's just a comment coming from where we began a week ago with a meeting in Bay Street, and now this. This is a great start for things to follow. I think if we can start the engagement at the foundation phase at schools, releasing our children from being, like as he said, like they are getting the top-down information from the teachers. I'm a teacher myself. I know we just give information. Yes, we ask questions, but there are things our kids need to ask us, and we must have answers. So if you can teach them the engagement from the foundation, from homes, first from homes, give the children a chance to speak out at home, but in a respectful way. Then they come to school, they start engaging. It cannot start here, because they are coming from primary, high school, and then they'll be shocked now for engagement. They never knew it. So if you can start down there, I think we are on the right direction as we learn, unlearn, and relearn. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm Nosy, have an NPO based in Motherwell, so Mandela Drop-In Center. I'm quite pleased to be part of this session. I'm not involved with you, I just know of you through Nicole. So I would really love to be part of this engagement. And also would like to know from you if you perhaps have a relationship with other departments within the institution where perhaps you can place students to us. I know you are involved with the social development professions, the social work department, but where we can perhaps be assisted with other resources, marketing and all those things, besides maybe relying only on you as HOC. So that's one of the things that we need in the community as we really struggle in terms of funding. So in being part of this, I will learn on what exactly you offer. But in being part of this, then I think that's other things that we can learn from. Instead of us getting people to do marketing for us, then we can get students placed with us to assist us a lot with whatever needs that we may have. So yeah, I think that's the only thing I want to comment on, and then commend you in this work that you are doing. I will leave my business card in, with Prof. Keith.
Representing your organization
Where
well,
is
no
he now? He was just after me now. I'm looking at him now. Okay, I left my business card, so I'm looking forward to have this relationship. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks Nosi. Any other comment before we allow for some colleagues to freak, Wensley? Oh, sorry, let's first, you can go, sir, and then Zane as well,
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jackson. I work for a non-profit called Lever Foundation, and we have a project called Tangible Africa, and it's actually an engagement project with the Nelson Mandela University. And we teach coding without the use of computers because we've wanted to engage with learners from rural schools or township schools that don't have access to computers or internet, et cetera, et cetera. Some of the challenges we found is we assumed we knew what they needed without us asking the questions of what they needed. And we've learned that engagement is a mutual interest kind of conversation. It's not only to ask what do the communities need, it's also to ask ourselves who are we and what are we offering, and having that kind of dialogue and conversation. But we start, I like the question you posed about, we start from a foundation phase. We look at learners from grade 1, and we have a pipeline of saying there's a lot of harvesting from the pipeline, but there's not much feeding in the talent pipeline. We focus more on computer sciences. So how do we get more people into software development, et cetera, et cetera. But the question I want to ask is the university doing enough to engage with the marketplace when it comes to relevant skills for a changing world? Or are the things that we are learning and teaching currently not up to date with the real world, as we've seen with developments such as ChatGPT, all these different AI things, but also electric vehicles. So it's not just AI that's changing, but also agri-processing is changing. Also the business landscape is changing. So a lot of people always think about just digital changes, but there's also psychological changes that's happening in the world. We're going through war, we come through COVID. Are things changing, and is the university speaking to the marketplace about how do you prepare people to enter a changing world? Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Wensley and then Rev Nundu, and then we're going to allow for just a series of responses, especially to the questions.
Goeiedag allemaal. I just want to respond to, I think it's in line with all three people on the discussion panel. It's injustice and students as passive recipients of knowledge. As a student coming from a government school in Port Elizabeth, we all come from different schools. We receive different resources, different kinds of knowledge, and the way we are being taught is so different, but yet we end up in the same lecture halls. We come and sit in the same rooms where lecturers teach us, and we need to sit. And I just love the previous speaker speaking about ChatGPT. The people using ChatGPT, we come from government schools. Why are we using AI to write our essays? Why are we so reliant on these tools and technologies to help us survive in places where students that comes from advantage schools and Model C schools, they know the language, they know how to write academically, they know how to please the lecturer when she's reading or when he's reading, but I don't. So I need to now change my writing style from a more passive to a more active voice and give that reader voice as a student. I'm being tested with multiple choice questions. My brother asked me last week, if you become a marriage counselor and I come to you, what can you tell me since you are being tested on multiple choice? Where does my perspective come from? Where is my reader's voice? Where is my student voice in my examination? How am I being marked? And replying exactly to the speaker, where am I going to give a different voice? Where is the African perspective coming from? Because all our knowledge is coming from the West. How do we change that? And how we're going to change that is going back to the primary school, to the basic education system, the transition from home to primary school to high school and then to tertiary. It must all align with the knowledge. It goes back to what we were saying yesterday about other countries where they start specializing in grade 10. That thing should happen where teachers should empower students in schools. We look at things like bullying, suicide. It is very prominent in our South African schools. Why? Teachers don't take the stand. They don't put out the voice out there first. A student won't sit in class and know to themselves they need to speak up for themselves if they are not going to be empowered by teachers, principals, and parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Jacobus Nomdu, and I'm representing the Hope Revolution Vision Program. I would like to latch on to the VC who spoke about the African University. How are we getting to that place? I believe, strongly that if we connect to our deep, our uniqueness, our African uniqueness of our humanity and spirituality, that is one stepping stone in that direction. I think many speakers spoke about it. But then on the particular topic, I would like to just quote from Martin Luther King. He said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness, but light. Hate cannot drive out hate, but love." And you might think, what does this have to do with this? And I want to add to that, ignorance won't be able to drive out ignorance, but knowledge. And the knowledge that would drive out the ignorance, it is the knowledge that we all will own. And that is the knowledge in the institution, but also the knowledge outside of the institution. And if I can give some context where I came from and where I work amongst the gangs and amongst drug addiction, I've never used drugs in my life. I've never been part of the gang subculture. It was important for me to learn the language, and it's not a dialect only, but to learn the language of the person that is over there in the gutters, over there in the highways, over there in the alleys, to understand why is a person where he's at. Because not everybody who uses drugs has a problem with drugs. And we need to understand that. And sometimes we can't separate those. And I think for where we are engaged, it is not only to engage with our head, but to bring our heart together to our head, to join the head and the heart, so the hands can produce the fruit that will remain, and we will be able to test those fruits and see it is actively in our communities. And I would like to just say lastly, if we, the institution, Nelson Mandela University and every other institution, can take what is in the head and take what is in the heart, the community members that I'm representing here today, our passion to make sure that our people won't die, but also provide them with opportunities to rise above their circumstances. Engagement is important, but as a person, I would not want to be engaged with somebody if he or she would not offer me the opportunity to be in a marriage relationship that will bind us together until death will separate us. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rev. So we're going to allow the panelists to choose which they would like to respond to, and then I'll try to make sure that I'll pick up on anything. So some were questions and some were just thoughts. So I'll go once around, and then I'll conclude, and so that we can break for lunch. Great. Anyone want to go first?
So the request for support. Oh, goodness me. Oh.
We embed in Mandela University in Monga, don't worry, colleagues.
Sorry. Mandela's reaching out to you. So I have shared with Bruce, you know, it is in the spirit of engagement as well. There is also an alumnus of ours, but she's currently Director of Youth Development within the Eastern Cape, so she's connected to Department of Social Development. And her passion is about providing support, but graduate support to NGOs across the Eastern Cape, and wanting to partner. So she did her MBA and developed this model, and she's wanting to do her PhD with us as well, but testing the model, because the DSD is very dependent on NGOs to be sort of their hands. So the heart and the mind is there, but they are the implementers. And so wanting to provide the support to enable sustainability and growth of the NGOs. So this is a project that will be taken forward. And then we also have the graduate placement office that also provides opportunities for employment for our graduates. Then in terms of the relevance, so I'm just going, relevance in terms of the market out there. I think there's constant interaction between the academics and our corporate employers through fairs that is conducted within or by the institution hosting these, and then also advisory panels that serves within the community structures to advise via those advisory boards to discipline-specific professions. So there is that type of iteration, but always room for improvement, and so that is a way of staying connected. The student voices not being heard, okay, you know, I think you need to answer,
Okay, no, sure.
answer that.
So
Thanks.
thanks, Ruben. Monga, and then Carl, and then we'll wrap up the session.
No, there's not much to say or comment on this one. But like Kosi will say, I tend to say we. You have good things going, as it were. It's a matter of enhancing and build more so that we don't get a sense of despair as is. But just a caution, I think the student colleague raised that, so that the engagement is not reduced into mere tampering with curricula. Yes, it's part of, but there's a lot going within the institution. Yeah, and the intention is not to engage merely with a community of students or aspiring students. You know, is to engage with the diverse sectors of society so that we are not closed out, as it were. Hence, a bit of caution. Relevant as is talking core mandate and linking that with the relevance to the market, the question raised. Umama have captured that. In case we fear to use the decolonization, it's still relevant. Part of this process, I would imagine, includes, among other, to ensure that we detox, we decolonize certain things that are not relevant, as it were. All the institutions, by the way, you know, pre-94 were postured around an existing social order at the time. So why not, in terms of the post-1994, posture around, you know, the social order as this time, which include decolonizing certain elements that are not assisting the society, and once again being part of the society, the macrocosm aspect I spoke to in terms of that. Embracing change goes without saying. I think that was the emphasis, hence the term or the reference to transformation as a dialectical relation with engagement, you know, have to transform as you ponder to engage in terms of that. Mutual interest, you can't falter that, because like Mfundis is saying, I can't engage with a person or an entity where there is no beneficiation anyway on my side, you know. So surely the mutual emphasis or mutual interest becomes a key element within that. Other than that, nothing to say.
Okay. I would just like to also, as I respond to the student voice not being heard, Cliff, you really opened a can of worms in terms of pedagogy of the oppressed. Umams actually responds to what I was saying in terms of engagement in chapter 1 of the book. What Paulo Freire suggests is that there should be a bottom-up educational system, which is what she actually stated very well, meaning that there should be engagement happening at the bottom, and then it reaches up, not top-bottom educational system, which is currently happening. What the system does is to basically say that we want those who think like us, those who talk like us. If not, you fail. It's that simple. If not, you fail. And just to also to add and just try and put it in pretext, if an HOD of a faculty says to a lecturer that, what are students struggling with and how can we support them? Madam VC, the lecturer will have to draft a questionnaire and send on our emails when we are actually stressed of our DP not coming together. Students won't even reply to that. Why does she need to even go and draft a questionnaire? It's because that room for engagement is not there. If it was there, he or she wouldn't have to operate like a typical politician who needs to go and ask what the problems are. But the person is embedded within these engagements, within these, conversations. So in response to the student voice not being heard, with the guidance and help of Dr. Bruce, the engagement office will also be having a student hub of convergence this time. And with this, the aim of it is to keep young people or students conscientized, is to keep them organized, and is to keep them mobilized towards success. So we are also going to try and test how can this bottom-up educational system be practiced, or how can it happen? With that, I thank you.
Great. Thanks, colleagues. So in closing the panel, I think, Nosi, the question of resources is a big issue. I think we are all under tremendous pressure, even institutionally as well. And we have to be thinking creatively on how do we utilize our resources, both human and material, in ways that allow us all to achieve our agendas, including you through your MPO. And so those are good suggestions that you think on. We are working on trying to see through the more transversal, transdisciplinary approaches, even to student placement, how this could play out, how could we explore those type, because it's new learning, as we said, it's new, and so we're happy to partner with various organizations to help us think, because the students have been great, Nicole will tell you, engaging with different, from visual arts to videography, and we'll see some of the work in the documentary of the students actually getting practical work in the communities themselves. We're saying now as a university, in-service learning does not only need to take place in your Fortune 500 companies. It can take place in a community-based organization, because your discipline knowledge is as important there as it will be in any company. So definitely that is the trend of thought on how to engage in a more transdisciplinary way. My colleague from, you are doing great work in is a Tangible Africa, just get it correct, and thank you for the work that you're doing as well. And the question we must be asking, I'm sitting with this tension constantly when we debate with some other colleagues, is the market for who and for what purpose? Why are we shifting ourselves around for market towards what end? And so it's the macro systems that we also have to be constantly analyzing and looking at as we engage in these creative ways to start propositioning alternatives. We have to be critically thinking, or else we're going to end up like Carl. We'll be speaking the language the way people want us to speak the language, and we have our histories. As we hear Wensley say, for example, when kids come from socioeconomic marginalized schools, they are already, and we're not even talking of race anymore, as race is still a big factor, but now because of the shift of the classes as well. So kids predominantly from those schools always walk into spaces wherever you are, communities, wherever they are always at a disadvantage just because of that historical and contemporary issues that we have to face with. So beyond us just being responsive, I think, to what we think markets would need, what are we thinking? What are these alternatives that we can think about that can engender broader change in thinking about this? And I think that's what some of the work we need to start critically doing as colleagues in the particular space. Then the question, Wensley, the important question on and I think it's institutional culture. Because now I must sound a certain way because the perception of what it means to be in a university has been framed by many, been framed by your brother, it's been framed historically, it's been framed by us, even how we posture ourselves as people from the university when we engage. And I think the finding of authentic voice and using tools, you see, I think artificial intelligence should be a tool, not a means to an end. That's an opinion. So that you don't lose that criticality in voice. But we must, as colleagues in this space, we must also not be blind to the fact that what Wensley's saying is the truth. Our students, especially from these communities, have so many loops to jump through to almost feel accepted, and then we come and we run, and then we have to think of the lecturers. Because the same physical constraints on the university means certain things have to change internally. How do we develop a capacity to engage in the way, Carl, you think can engage when we have 450 students and we have those students for an hour in some spaces? So those are the critical questions that we have to remain in tension. We shouldn't take them off. We have to think creatively about them. But some of those challenges, the struggles, must be fought internally, but we're also members of society. We position the university, Monga said it beautifully in last year's engagement. Why do you think in yourself as a part from society and not part of society? Okay? And I think those are the tensions. And then Reverend Numdu, the slogan, or those that saw at the back, or the vision, is no mother gave birth to a drug addict and no father raised a gangster. When we engage with souls, what do we see? What do we experience? But then finally, VC, I think the important note is we must also celebrate. Because we're celebrating that we have the opportunity to actually engage. We're celebrating that we are not at the same place where we were 2018. That same course that wanted to throw us out of that venue because they thought we were useless in 2018, VC. Now course is our best advocate. Because of opening the space, allowing the voice to form part of the engagement, and still making sense. So the whataboutisms, I think that's what Andre put in the first conceptual document. The whataboutisms about our work is the actual work, and that should be the exciting part. Thank you so much, colleagues. Enjoy your lunch, and then the colleagues will call you back after lunch. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the afternoon session. And I think we really see the afternoon session as a continuation of celebration. We end off today's program by celebrating internally colleagues that worked in a collaborative way across various disciplines and departments in, as the VC said this morning, even helping us shape our whole thinking around how we could be engaging with our communities. The next session now is a documentary, a short documentary. You've got the full treat today, Coach. You got the full treat. So I hope there was been popcorn raised. Documentary shot with multiple stakeholders around the question, around the purpose of the university. What are we here for? What are we good for? And you'll recognize some of the faces and voices in this space. I must, as a precautionary note, say that Darrell has always been in front of cameras, so you'll see the difference between myself and Darrell in front of cameras. But we are so extremely grateful for colleagues that really, Darrell and others, that put their minds and thoughts into thinking carefully around the questions that we co-constructed that we would engage with. Is Ranjini here? Just check, because Ranjini will then be the respondent before I invite Amy up. Just check. Yeah. So any comments or thoughts at this stage while we're waiting for, oh, Amy? Yes, Rajini. Rajini, you don't go look for Amy, please. You stay, we'll send in Tombo for you. Great. So thank you so much. Keep those thoughts for later. So I'm going to invite now Amy de Raad. Amy de Raad is the coordinator of the Food Systems Program at Nelson Mandela University. And Amy was responsible for coordinating this project with our colleagues from Bath University. Let's give Amy a round of applause, please.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, awesome. So, hello everyone. So, like Bruce said, I was asked to project manage this from the Nelson Mandela University side. And the name of the documentary, which actually inspired the name of this, am I too tall, too short? Okay, thank you. So the name of this documentary, which actually inspired the name of this two-day festival, is called Inside Out, Outside In, A Journey to Enhance Community and Inclusion. So it began with Rajani from the University of Bath and Prof. Andre Kiert from our university, and found its home earlier this year in the Engagement Office. The film itself was being produced by an incredible film production company called Suited and Booted in Bath, based in Bath in the UK. But as you'll see, half of the film was actually shot here at Mandela University. And at the same time, we'd been exploring what engaged teaching and learning can actually look like, asking ourselves what it looks like to actually be developing socially conscious graduates who are actually engaged with problems on the ground. And so before going to a local film company, we thought, no, we have a Department of Media and Communications with students, with lecturers who can do this. And so you'll see, basically this film, like Bruce was mentioning, is a demonstration of not just talking the talk when it comes to taking risks on students and bringing together different stakeholders, but it's actually a demonstration of that. I'm trying to see if the lecturers are in the space. They came earlier, but the two lecturers, Sebeshni and Francois, from the Department of Media and Communications, I really just want to honor them for not just talking the talk, but walking the walk and putting in the extra time and effort to train the students, to bring them into this project. Hopefully they will join before we start. So this project, as with all the projects, is really made up of people, and so I just want to honor the people who are part of this. I will begin with the conversationalists whose faces and voices you will see on the screen. We had pairs of conversationalists from our university and the University of Bath. I'll try and stick with the first name basis. So Bruce and Rajani, Darrell and Sharare, Monga and Abraham, and then Enver and Monma. So I think we have all of the South African faces based here. But just a massive thank you. Thank you for making the time. We chose these 4 people because they are the people who are walking the walk when it comes to community engagement. But that also means that they are the people who have incredibly full schedules. And so thank you to the 4 of you for making the time to be part of this project, not just the filming, the sections that you'll see in this film, but the calls and the discussions and the briefings and the traveling. I think it was Darrell who, she'd been in Pretoria or Joburg and literally had to fly at the moment that we were starting the filming, and we were like, if there's a single delay, this project is going to fall apart. And so just thank you for being flexible with your very full schedules to bring this to life. And then alongside the conversationalists, we had 3 performers, and you won't see too much of the content in this film because of cuts and times and deadlines. So I want to say an extra thank you to those 3 performers. The first was the ZDF, or Mr. Nkululeko. Are you here? Perhaps you can stand up, actually, just to give a round of applause. Yeah, this man is really a pillar, I would say, of hope for the young children in the Zwede community, in an area where there is drug abuse and addiction and just so many social ills. He's really used sport as a way out for these learners. And so it was his Major Chief Sports Club that we chose to feature in this film. And they are really just doing incredible work in the community, and we so back what they are doing and are excited to explore more ways of coming alongside them, not just in documentaries, but in other ways. And so just thank you for being here. Thank you for what you're doing for the learners. It does not go unnoticed. Then the second one was Charles Duna Primary School, which our university has been involved with quite a bit, but that was specifically looking at the principal, Mrs. Sumay, and Jaron, one of the teachers there, and we asked them to come alongside around the theme of the importance of leading from the front. And again, you won't see too much of it in this final cut, but they really are walking the walk when it comes to leading from the front. And so I just want to say a big thank you to them for being part of this. And then lastly, we had a student poet, Apalele, who is, I think, already back home because of exams being done, and you'll see quite a bit of his poetry in this, but just a massive thank you to Apalele for being part of this, this production. And then lastly, the crew, which is really a demonstration of engaged teaching and learning, bringing our students into what the university is doing. So often students will come, study their degree in their discipline, in their department, and just have no idea what is going on in this broader conversation of what the university is doing, how it can engage with communities. And so, like I mentioned, Sebastian and Francois, the 2 lecturers who really took the chance on these students, and then the 4 students, Cornele, Lauren, Lisa, and Likona, who were the ones doing the filming. Everything that you're going to see in the film from the Mandela University side was these students actually doing it, actually practicing what they're learning in the classroom. And so, we just want to honor them for that. And there were so many other people. There were the Siskanis who helped us find a venue. There were the Janines who helped us with the catering. People whose names you aren't going to see on the documentary, but people who, without those people, it wouldn't have been possible. So just a massive thank you to them. I think with that, I'll just use the words of Maura, that so often what we need to do but don't have time to do is to slow down and to listen more. And so these next, I think it's 24 minutes and 10 seconds on invitation for us to slow down, listen more, look back at the work that has been done, and look forward to the work that can be done. With that, I'm going to turn the lights off. I'm going to cross both my fingers that there's no technical issues, and then we can get started. Thank you so much.
The University of Bath in the United Kingdom and Nelson Mandela University in South Africa came together to talk about how we are enhancing inclusion. The University of Bath took inspiration from the Black Lives Matter movement and looked at all of the ways in which we could transform ourselves as a university, while Nelson Mandela University reached out to local communities to hear about their problems and to co-construct solutions. The two universities then came together in conversation to share insights, to learn from each other, and to present what we thought were some of the most important lessons on how we can transform universities and how we can transform and work with communities.
My name is Bruce Darmans. Presently, I am the Director in the Engagement Office at Nelson Mandela University.
I'm Rajni. I'm co-director of the International Centre for Higher Education Management at the University of Bath.
My name is Enver Mutala. I have been an associate of the Nelson Mandela University for the last 10 years.
I'm Momna Hejmadi. My role in the University of Bath currently is as Associate Pro-Vice Chancellor for Education.
I am Darrell van Grenen, a Distinguished Professor of Information Technology at Mandela University in South Africa.
I'm Shrara Pursand. I'm a reader in pharmaceutics at the University of Bath.
I'm Abraham, a recent graduate at the University of Bath and a member of the Race Equality Task Force.
I was a student activist myself, and later as a young activist in terms of our liberation struggle.
The Nelson Mandela University has a rich history, and it has gone through various cycles of change, including transformation, but especially internally. We're looking at understanding how the intersection of our key three strategic focus areas, mainly humanizing, learning and teaching, transformative engagement, as well as research.
We looked at all areas of our university. We looked at research, we looked at teaching, we looked at governance, we looked at leadership. And I think that holistic view of everyone coming together to firstly identify what the issues were and then to co-construct solutions was extremely important. So a task force was set up 2 years ago, and I led the task force. And it was a very challenging journey right from the start. And what was important was that it engaged with colleagues and students right across the university.
We have a lot of senior roles at the university, and it's good also from, you know, the top actually bring the policies to the community. But I think bottom to top approach is also very effective because we are bringing the initiatives, we are bringing the things people to think. And my worry always is that we have always a very silent community that they need to be heard. So we should always ensure that we get their trust. If we get their trust, they come and talk to you, and then because of, you know, what we can do at the moment and with the possibilities that we have in our institution, we can bring, you know, their voice to the top and try to make a difference.
For me, the influence of the leadership and then the openness of leadership to really accommodate that. And in our specific context, I also need to say that our leadership also involves the students. And the student voice is also a very clear voice in our Mandela University community. So it's such a critical part of the work that we do to have not only empathy but compassion as well. Because if you don't exhibit those, how will people ever feel comfortable to come and talk to you?
Innovation and internationalization intersect in such a meaningful way that it allows our students to engage with multiple communities at any given time. There are business communities, there are informal sector communities, there are trade union communities, there are geographic communities where we hope really to make the most significant impact. We also actively engage as a organ in society to deal with some of the challenges that are present in society.
I can safely say we have been party to influence that situation or that institutionalization of the, the engagement agenda with the communities, the transformation agenda within the institution, so that it also transforms how it does things and be impressive of the contribution by the community inside the university and the community outside the university.
Part of my objective and aim is to ensure that we take innovation into our communities and that we allow our communities to create their own innovation and solve their own challenges. It's often said when you speak to your colleagues and you talk about the challenges that our communities face, and then it's kind of, okay, well, I have an idea how we fix that. And then my answer to them is, well, have you ever thought about just, sitting down, listening to what they have to say? Because in most instances, our communities have the solutions to their own challenges. What they lack is the catalyst to ignite, the innovation and the solution.
One of the changes we've made, which seems like a very small change, but for us it's very symbolic, is that we have a hairdressers salon now that we've just opened at the university, which includes a barber, but also a hairdresser that has expertise with Afro hair. So nowhere in the city of Bath is there a hairdresser with expertise in Afro hair.
All my life, I've grown up in North London, Tottenham, and the school that I went to, my first secondary school before it closed down, it was majority black. Most people were of Afro-Caribbean descent. So coming to Bath, it was different. It was different. And so as I was a fresher, I was talking to two friends, and they said they needed to get their hair done, and they had to go to a different city to get their hair done. And when they told me that, I was surprised. I was absolutely shocked. I was like, why are you going to a completely different town, city to get your hair done? And they were like, there was just no hairdressers at all. And just being able to really relate to those two who have essentially had the same experience as me, they're feeling like they need to go outside the town or city to feel seen, or to have people actually recognize their identity. That's how it came across to me, which is the reason why I felt like, yeah, this needed to be solved. I would say we interviewed over 150 students, and at least 95% of them said they needed to be an app, or they needed to be some way for them to easily access hairdressers that could cater to black styles, black and Afro-Caribbean styles. And the university was so supportive. And as I was part of the Gold Scholarship program, they gave me a bit of funding to work on the app for a year as well. And the impact it's had from students has been, again, using the word profound.
We are now opening up that hairdressing salon to all members across the city and the surrounding cities, so that we can bring in more members of the community into our university as well. Bath is a really safe and kind and supportive city as a whole, but within that there's still spots where you still see racism and issues related very much to skin color, to gender, etc. And the next step for us will be to bring together the elders in the city to come together and to talk about how do we enhance community and inclusion in the city of Bath.
This goes back to the trust that the university put in me, but it also makes me trust them because they're really supporting it,
The good thing about the university, leadership or officials is the fact that the content is canvassed or is inputted by ourselves. It's not the other way round that you are imposed of what is it that must be thought or offered. It's us, canvassing one another in terms of these are the areas that you'll need to cover. The fact that the university has institutionalized this, engagement and change process in itself gives a guarantee that whatever you are bringing up is in a safe space. I think that let's start there. It's not something that will not be taken serious.
It's just decisive actions and initiatives that really show the university's dedication and commitment to really looking at the plight of and the struggle of Black people and realizing that we need to be seen. We need to be seen, and there's potential in us and in our community.
The really important thing was that the Vice Chancellor and the senior leadership team came out very publicly in support of the work of the task force. What was very challenging is it took a long time for students and staff of colour to trust us, to tell us their stories, because partially they were worried would there be some repercussions for them, but they were also worried that this would be a talk shop, that there would be no action. So the first part of our journey was really listening and gaining trust and putting a few actions in place very early on that showed that we would change things for the better and that we could be trusted.
I think that it's absolutely fundamental to understand that there are many circumstances, many contexts in which academic knowledge is not particularly useful or particularly helpful. In universities, the most important question is the question of knowledge, the development of knowledge. That's the distinction between a university and an NGO. And critical to the functioning of a university and its role in community engagement is this question of the development of knowledge. It is about the development of knowledge for its democratization, so that there is a greater awareness of the functions of knowledge and its uses, and of course it's the necessity of developing knowledge further through the processes of research.
We also want to make sure that all our disciplines at Bath are inclusive and the content that we teach doesn't come with a Western perspective. And so we've used two approaches to do this. We've started with both a bottom-up and a top-down approach. So from the top-down approach, what we have is a curriculum framework. And that curriculum framework means it sets out key guiding principles that all courses have to adhere to. Bottoms up, we also work in partnership with student groups. And this is really a true partnership where we work together on identifying projects or initiatives or resources development to support not just staff, but also wider student bodies. Even within the student bodies, there's a huge diversity of students that we have. So as part of that understanding and sharing of knowledge, that's what this co-partnership with student bodies has started. So we've got decolonizing engineering, we've got decolonizing science, in addition to decolonizing humanities. This is something I want to embed in as part of the training that we provide to all our staff. It's not just providing the support, but also the reasoning and the rationale and the arguments for why this is important, and then provide them with the tools and the training and the support to say, this is how you can do this.
Until now, the issue of how to decolonize the curriculum by relating it to the knowledge of communities, to the knowledge of social movements, to the knowledge derived from informal, non-formal ways of learning which are continuous, are not accredited, which take place in all kinds of environments, and which characterize the knowledge, both the indigenous knowledge of communities and the contemporary knowledge of communities as they struggle, particularly for social and human rights.
I just attended a conference, a national conference recently at the sister institution, and there's big debates in our country now about the affiliation to ranking systems and then what the divide that it caused, because there is a debate that it perhaps takes us away from the bigger social justice questions in trying to achieve a certain status that really does not serve the majority of the populace that we need to serve in a specific way.
And there's this belief that if we focus on community and inclusion and we open up our university in relation to bringing in people who are not well represented in our university, that the quality goes down or the rankings go down. And so part of what we've been showing people is that that's not the case, that you can have inclusion and diversity and excellence all together in one university. And in fact, that makes the university very much stronger.
One of our community participants critiqued us in our seminar 2 years ago when he asked us, why are you constantly thinking as a university, as yourself, as not being part of society? You don't see yourself as being an integral part. You see yourself as this other, always having to speak over. But if you speak with and immerse yourself as a citizen in society, we can think our discourses might be quite different. And I think it's not only in our country, it's on the continent and perhaps globally now, where we're seeing a greater divide in those that have and have not. And those knowledges are not, I think it's strongly premised now on class and the historical impact that class has had even on higher education institutions. So I think the question that we have as society is, how do we bridge that gap, that knowledge gap, how do we think of education in our generation to make meaningful impacts in the different spaces in which we navigate with the people that form part of our community.
We actually learn from the younger colleagues as well. They come with a different kind of energy and a very positive energy that they approach things with. And they probably do not have the baggage that our more senior colleagues or colleagues who've been at institutions for a long time have. And they see the lighter side of things. And also they're very, very innovative in how they approach, innovative, creative, how they approach things.
The new generation, they will come. And my advice to them is that, they should continue how they are thinking, and they have to challenge every policy or everything that they think is against, their beliefs or their inclusion. And they are actually my role models, and I learn a lot from them.
I really feel at the University of Bath, I've really developed because they've given me the confidence to get involved in making change on campus, and it gives me the confidence to then proceed to the wider world. I've grown up in a single parent household. Growing up as well in Tottenham, there was a lot of crime going on, and it was very easy to be swayed into the wrong path. So something that me and my friends that we're really passionate about is giving these young kids a mentor and giving them someone that they could aspire to become.
Especially in the generation that we're working with, is really to see this university as part of a community. That's in a community, in trying to achieve a society where all human beings could actualize their best potential in service of humanity, in service of Mother Earth, in service of one another.
And my dream going forward with you, Bruce, and with Nelson Mandela University is to really forge a very strong partnership where we come together in relation to research and teaching, where we have our students coming to you and your students coming to us. I would like people to be really inspired by these conversations that we are having, to go on their own journeys in transforming their institutions and enhancing community and inclusion.
All of these for me represent very important learning processes and which can support the general work of our university. So thanks to you, Momna.
Thank you very much, Darrell. I will certainly take, all those messages you gave with me, and I will cherish them. Thank you very much.
I'm hoping that they will reach a point where we don't need to be as fiery and allow our kids to be kids. I think that's a dream that I have.
I have always been a nuisance to you, have I not? I'm certain the idea of my absence has been more than a thought, has it not? Every year, like clockwork, thousands of me, palms pale dry, at your altar, asking for what you offered. No, taking everything you have to offer. Could you please provide? You promised. Why must you always push me to dismantle your order? Why must you always make me struggle like it's 76? Why must my brothers and sisters always have to scream and kick and chant and shout just to be heard without hindrance? Is this the only path to excellence, or is it just mine since, I have no alternative but to labor on and return a diamond to the dirt back home? Where I dreamt of rainbows and sunshine and woke with the radiance of those dreams on my face. Dreams of days when fighting for each other isn't hindered by class nor race. Yes, I know there'd be pots of gold at the end of those rainbows. But believe me, I'm not illusioned. The struggle is my own. After every single glance to the other side of the fence, I can only grin and bear it and continue on.
Thank you, colleagues. So it gives me now great pleasure to invite the soothing voice over the documentary, Ranjani Naidu, who is currently the Vice President of Community and Inclusion, a UNESCO chair, and a professor at the University of Bath and co-director of the International Center for Higher Education Management. She's also a visiting professor at Nelson Mandela University. Welcome, Ranjani.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I cannot tell you how difficult it is to sit in the audience and watch yourself on screen for 24 minutes. It's just so painful. But thank you so much for your response to the film. And I want to start by thanking, I'm trying to use Andre's protocol of first names only, but it's a bit difficult. So I want to start by thanking Prof. Sibongile very much for her warm presence here, for being here so much in body and spirit just with us, and also for her ethical leadership in Nelson Mandela University. I think that creates a really strong frame for the whole university and also for our own collaboration. Also want to thank our Vice-Chancellor at the University of Bath, Professor Ian White, who has similarly been very ethical. He's been standing side by side with me on so many issues related to community and inclusion as well. A big thank you to Andre for reaching out to me many years ago and for the joy of the collaboration and the discussions. And Andre, we never ever have enough time. We could do so much more together, and that's going to be my wish now for us just to forge much more stronger work, more alliances and so on. But what we've done so far, it's been really, really wonderful. And Bruce, we've met more recently, but I really feel as if I've known you forever. And thank you so much for coming on this journey with us as well. And we will also be working together in the future. Amy has thanked so many people, but actually I really want to thank Amy and Lucy, who project managed the whole film. It was such a complicated film, so many people in so many different areas, and I think Bruce and I were so hard to get at, and we never met any of our deadlines, and Amy and Lucy really just got us there, and the film would really not have been possible without them, and also to Suited and Booted, Sarah and Adam, who were absolutely brilliant. And I think Sarah is coming over to Nelson Mandela University at some point to offer some free classes in film and media if the university and students and staff would like that. So I had a prepared speech, but I've been hearing so much and listening so much and learning so much that I think I'm not going to be doing that anymore. And I just want to pick up something that keeps coming up in this conference and we haven't really had enough time to look at, and that is knowledge and the curriculum. So Enver very, very eloquently in the film, and we've had lots of more footage of Enver talking about knowledge and different types of knowledge and how we assess it. Andre's spoken about it as well. Bruce has spoken about it. Mongo has spoken about it. And I thought, I don't have any solutions, but I thought the best thing to do would be just to talk about my own life journey and the curriculum and knowledge and what that meant for me. So I went to what was then the University of Natal in Pietermaritzburg many, many years ago during the apartheid era. And I had to get a special permit to enter a white university. I could study there, but I couldn't live there. And it was a very, very difficult experience. I was the only woman of color in the law class, and I would walk into the room, sit on a bench, and all of the students would move away and sit on other benches. And it was also physically very violent. And I guess what was really helpful to me is that I came in the generation after Steve Biko, and his legacy was still very much alive. And for me, every time people moved away, I thought, you're the problem, I'm the solution. And it was very strong, kind of arrogant in a way, but incredibly useful and just made us so resilient as a generation. One of the things that I had to do was to go to an English literature course. And the English literature course was literally that, English literature, Shakespeare, Wordsworth, all of that stuff. And so I asked the head of department whether we could have an African novel, given the fact that we were living in Africa. And the head of department at that time said, no, if you want to do African literature, go into the African Studies department, and you won't get a job. If you want to do different alternative type of programs, you can forget about a job. Fortunately, there was someone called David Morn Brown, and he came to me, and he was one of the scholars who was an activist scholar. And every time he walked through the whites-only student residences, he was pelted with stones and paper cups and so on, because he had a reputation for A, being a lefty, and B, being very anti-racist. And he basically said, I will develop a course on African literature. And if you and a couple of students want to come, you are very welcome. So he developed an optional course, and for the first time, we could read Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Aikwe Ama, and then South African, Impashlele, Zakes Simda, South African writers as well. And for the first time in that university, it made me feel at home. It kind of made me feel I belonged. I was doing university education not so transactionally, but really in a more passionate way, in a more engaged way. But the interesting thing is David Morn Brown didn't just introduce us to African novels, he introduced us to a new way of analyzing literature. So in the past, if you were analyzing a novel, you had to take that novel, separate it out from its social context, its political context, its historical context, and just read it as a novel. It had to stand on its own. And what David Morn Brown said to us is, you look at the novel, but you look at where it was historically. What is it saying politically? What is it not saying? And for us, that was just a complete eye-opener. And the interesting thing is we also studied what we called at that time the white liberal novelists, who were writing these very courageous anti-apartheid novels. But with some of them, when you would look at the theme of their books, you would see that it would start with a white protagonist who was very anti-apartheid and fighting against apartheid and struggling and doing good things. But at the end of the novel, they were betrayed by someone who was black. There was violence, or there was a betrayal, or there was something like that. And we saw that also with J.M. Coetzee's novels, etc. And so we had this discussion in class about what sort of a curriculum would you develop. And us being young people, we basically said we would ban all those books. We would ban Alan Paton and Nadine Gordimer and J.M. Coetzee and so on, because they're giving us the wrong message. And what we were told and what we then understood was actually it's not about banning books. It's not about what the correct message is and what an incorrect message is. What is really, really important is to have the tools to analyze the novel and to understand where people are coming. What is their political and personal context? And so at that time with these novelists, they were caught in the situation where they wanted to fight against apartheid. But at the same time, they had the psyche, an emotional psyche, where there was fear. Oh, I can't see that. Is that 1 minute? Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. They were very worried about the emotional. You know, what would happen if we really got majority rule? We don't know what it would mean for us. And these were the fears that were coming out for them in relation to their novels. And it was very important for us to understand and to keep them in the curriculum. The second was, I then left and went to work at Kanya College, and that was part of SACED. This was between 1986 and 1990. And Kanye College was really a path-breaking institution. I was very young, and what I learned there, I think I will carry for the rest of my life. So we had a huge amount of development money, and we took in students who were from the most impoverished backgrounds and from rural areas in South Africa. And we gave them our own test for potential because we didn't rely on their school scores, and they did 1 year with us. And of course, the students came from financially poor backgrounds, but culturally, they were very rich. They had community wealth. And they came into us, and we had a program which was African literature, African history. It was fantastic. And what we did was we taught the students about when they pass with us, they go on to UCT. And we basically said, okay, these are the rules of UCT. These are the invisible rules. For example, how do you talk? How do you ask a question in class? If you don't make class one day, don't tell the truth. Don't say, I was out clubbing until late and I just couldn't get up in the morning. Make an excuse. Just say, I'm so sorry, I was working so hard, or something like that. So, and we felt that if they know the rules, they can still break it, but they know it. And what was really useful is the students did fantastically at Kanya because they had their identity affirmed. We were very young, we had no teacher training, so we were relying on Paulo Freire and Pierre Bourdieu to basically input into our teaching, and we were listening to the students. We were very close to the students. We heard what they said, and we taught them in that way. So it was really a lot of co-construction, a lot of engagement. We went out to dinner with them, etc. And they did fantastically at university, and the best thing for me was when UCT lecturers came back to us and started complaining and saying, oh my God, I really hope I don't get another Kanya student. They keep disrupting my lectures by asking difficult questions. And then maybe the last thing I want to talk about is actually when I look back now at Kanya and I hear what I heard yesterday, and I think there were some things we could have done better. I think we did, for our time, we did absolutely brilliantly. But what we could have done better is we had oral poets. So we had African literature and we had oral poetry, which we learned in translation. But actually we could have taken the students into the community to hear and to listen and to engage with the oral poets themselves. We also had a community project that was assessed, so students would work with an NGO, and we assessed them on that. But the assessment was done by us within Kanya College. It was not done by the community, and that's a key learning for me. Finally, onto the Race Equality Task Force. I think there again we've made small baby steps, so all of our reading lists have become diversified. We've got instructions and guidance. We have an amazing student group called Decolonize Architecture. If you want to have a look at that, they're very energetic on social media, where students and alumni came together and told us what to do. How do you engage with students in the classroom? What sort of curricula do you need? And they've been invited by the design houses in Germany, by REBA, the architecture journal, which is very prestigious, to input into that. So in that way, we feel that we're also changing the mainstream. What we haven't done is we haven't touched the principles of the discipline. So we've taken the disciplines and we've applied it. So health sciences, we've basically said, you have to make your discipline work for the global majority. How do you diagnose? How do you put in preventative medicine? But the actual core principles of the discipline we haven't changed. So it's really important for us to think about what do we mean by decolonize the curriculum? Why do we want it? Enver's question, why do we want it? You know, when you look at some of the Indian scholars, they're talking about decolonization as freedom from Western thought, but they're not looking at the caste system in their own country. So what do we mean by that? How intersectional is decolonization? And how do we value knowledge, both non-Western, traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and Western scholarly knowledge is changing all the time. Where's that how do we see the separation when there's all these multiple streams of knowledge coming together? And how do we evaluate good knowledge and bad knowledge? Because indigenous knowledge, community knowledge, non-Western knowledge can also have some really difficult consequences, and we have to be very open to challenging all forms of knowledge if we want universities to contribute to the global good. And I can see it's an end, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rajni. Again, I'm just reminded of the power of the personal story, and that we shouldn't ever eliminate the value it has in our own learning processes. The notion of even in the discomfort, developing the necessary analytical tools, even though we might be uncomfortable at the stage, but sharpening different levels of thinking. That we are caught also in historical moments. Second, we're all given a generation to make a significant impact. How do we do it? And then the constant questioning, the tensions that we face, the self-contradictions. So thank you so much, and I think the movie or the documentary hopefully shared some of the thoughts, the ideas, but also the aspirations and the belief that it's possible. I think hope, as the Hope Revolution said, hope, where people are hopeless, sometimes we need to take hope to people and even take hope to ourselves. So comments, questions, colleagues, on Rajni's input, on the movie? I know Sabrina's dying to ask something there. Thoughts at this stage? Great. Any other comments, thoughts, colleagues? All good? Jenny, and then Enver? Oh, no. Jenny? Yeah, Shop Steward's voice, Jenny. It's a new tool. Okay, just hang on quickly. Just wait for the mic, please.
Thanks very much. Can
Sure.
everyone hear me now?
Yeah, thanks.
No, I just wanted to ask about the thought process behind the more technical aspects or filmmaking or cinematic aspects of the documentary, like the choice of the talking heads format, the way it was shot, the venues and the stock footage used, just in terms of the thinking of how that, or was there thinking around how that might align with the ideas of how we're trying to challenge, say, traditional forms of engagement, but using quite a standard documentary format, and what the thinking was behind that? Thanks.
Great. Amy will throw you under the bus for that question as our technical expert. I think there's you want to go, Amy, and then Amy, come. Thanks.
I was just trying to see if Subeshni or Francois, who are the discipline experts, are here to answer that question, but it looks like they're not, so I will take it. Yeah, so that's a great question, Jenny. So when we got brought into the project, Suited and Booted, which was the company that was producing it, had already come up with the concept, like the technical aspects of it, but I suppose I can try and respond with the disclaimer that I did not major in film production or video production. I majored in graphic design in undergrad here. But
you mentioned the stock footage. That wasn't stock footage. That was the actual footage from the partners from Major Chiefs Soccer Club and the Charles Dinner Primary School and the Student Poet. So that was intentional in bringing their voices in. In terms of the actual format, that's actually a great point for hopefully what will be a part 2, not necessarily of the same documentary, but when we do future documentaries, to think through how do we, film it from a technical aspect differently, not just using, not just in terms of who the people are speaking, but how we film them. So I'm making a mental note, and we'll later put it into an actual note for when we do what will hopefully be a lot of future films. Because like we've been hearing, this work isn't going to end. This is by no means the final documentary. There'll hopefully be a lot more, and so thanks.
Great, thanks, Amy.
We've also got the other performances that are still. We've got them as well, which we're going to be showing.
Great, Terrell.
Maybe just to say that as part of one of the people who were in the documentary, I think it was a very interesting process, because what you saw is but probably an eighth of the filming that took place. And it was truly a process that we were taken through, a journey in producing this documentary as well. So the directing team put a lot of thought and effort into the kinds of scenes and the footage that they wanted to produce. So it wasn't just a question of sitting down and talking about it. There was a long thought process that went into this. And I think as a participant in the documentary, one also exited with a very rich experience at the end of that. And it would be interesting to actually perhaps even use some of the other footage that is still available and see what we can do with parts of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Jenny, are you okay? Good. Any other comments, thoughts? One or two more?
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Edgar Ratelele from the University of South Africa. It was a great documentary, but I also wanted to check if in the future, maybe you cannot include more of the art as part of the documentary, something that will support what you guys were speaking to. And also bearing in mind also the POPI Act and also ethical clearances and things like that. But it was a great documentary. Maybe you just need to beef it up with some of the work that you're doing with community engagement. Like I would have loved to see the student that they spoke about that had a struggle with the haircut and stuff like that. At least maybe from their voice, that would have added more power to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Those contributions are extremely valuable. Cliff?
Thanks, man. Thanks so much, colleagues. Absolutely brilliant documentary and presentation, Prof. I just have one question. We haven't spoken much about funding and the financial challenges to doing community engaged work. So I'm just interested to hear within your university and your space, how do you navigate funding? Because do you solely rely on university funding? Are there grant applications? How does that work with the coordination of funds with regards to the partners you're working with? And if you could just quickly touch on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for that great question. That was very challenging, let's put it that way. We applied for a grant, a research grant from the Society for Research into Higher Education. And we looked for a grant that would have less strings attached, so we could do something creative like a film, rather than a normal research output with publications, etc. only. And we wanted to do the film first, and then all the publications, etc. afterwards, and we wanted to go from a bottom-up process. So Darrell was amazing in her conversations, because there was so much passion there, and there was so much just insight. So we kind of went from a bottom-up perspective, and because we were going from that perspective, it's very hard to write a funding application, just say, we don't quite know what we're going to be finding out at the end of this, because the process is so important. So it's very challenging. I can talk a little bit about this to you offline as well, but there are lots of ways in which one has to be extremely creative amidst the whole bureaucratic machinery of funding agencies and universities, etc. But we've also got a Gold Scholars program, where we have students who are with very, very high potential from very disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged families, and they've come together as a group and as a cohort, and we work very closely with them to do other types of community engagement as well, and we pay our students for their work, and they're also ambassadors and they volunteer as well.
Great. I see In, thank you so much. Thanks, colleagues. Let's give Amy and Ranjini a round of applause. Thank you so much, colleagues. We've come now to the end of the third session? And we're now at the final session, which is the acknowledgement of the colleagues. And I think it goes back to your point on who do we see when we present this different messaging around what we want to achieve. And I think as we are doing constant self-reflexivity, we should not forget to recognize ourselves as we try to do better. And I think at this stage, this section is in particular focused on that, recognizing a group of internal stakeholders through their various disciplines who then got together to try and understand what is the best way the university could respond when we were faced with something like a pandemic, and respond in such a way that gives us an opportunity not only to learn, but also then to start thinking differently about the way of how we do things. So with that said, I am going to invite now the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Engagement and Transformation to manage the session for us.
Lungile Pepeta, Zandile Mbabela, Daryl Newton, Daryl van Grin, Denver Webb, Tandim Gwebi, Lutando Jax, Sejakula Mbanga, Azundini Moronga, Laura Bess, Rodin Nwade, Chantal Jenneke, Vikile Nomvete, Bruce Damons, Danny Atting, Peter Binsberger, Mike Monahan, Jenny Dupre, Mtombo Vuyo, Linda, Sakizwa Zingela, and Nicole Collier Naidu. Those were the members of the COVID Coordinating Committee. Now, of course, for those of you, I sometimes find this surreal to explain. And sometimes I think that these things also happen by chance. For those of you who know some of my intellectual work, I do spend a lot of time on the idea of chance. That sometimes things happen not because you have special talents or because you work hard, but because certain things come together in life, independent of those other kinds of things. And that's why one shouldn't take yourself too seriously sometimes, Part of the big lesson, of course. And of course, so in the middle of March 2020, the second part of March, and I actually think, but the VC still has to disclose this to me, because part of the reason why I became the chairperson of the COVID coordinating committee is because I think that everybody got such a big shock through those first few weeks after the massive announcements of the first lockdown, that we, so much anxiety-driven existential crisis. I'm not so sure whether you can remember that. The closing of the doors, the retreat into different types of spaces. And then I think I probably answered the call I answered my phone, and I think the VC was trying to call people, and then I answered the phone, and then of course he says, okay, right, the university must do something, pulling its resources and assets together, because it's a privileged institution in so many respects. And I think that was the reason, because of answering that phone call, of course. We knocked the Triple C together in a day. I think Denver assisted me with the terms of reference still as well, and then we took an executive decision a few days later to establish the COVID coordinating committee. But the other thing about this, and this is what I try to speak, especially for us working in the social justice transformation space, was that by the time that we pulled the colleagues together, there were already engineers running around the city, doing PPEs distribution, all other kinds of things across our own social spaces. And then there were also, in the science space, people busy with producing sanitizers and the lot, distributing it to clinics and so on. So part of my thinking was then, it's very easy for us working in a particular trajectory to sometimes miss out the kind of silent work that people just get busy with, in the engagement space as part of the way in which they think the university and they think their responsibility, because nobody asked them to do anything. So that's why it became a coordinating committee, because the committee simply didn't produce things, It pulled the things of the university together. And part of this particular event is that Sibongile always had a sense that the work, the facilitative role of the committee has not been properly acknowledged in the university, and I took responsibility for that, because that should have been part of the 2021 year, and of course Bruce then had this great idea that we make time and space for this, because there was a time when we met almost every day, and then later on 3 times a week, depending on how the lockdown, things played itself out in the way in which the COVID behavior was checking in, and of course people also starting to work within communities as well. So the Triple C, then emerged as a cross-portfolio transdisciplinary space in the wake of our responses to the pandemic, but trying to support state, private sector, and civil society actors as well. In fact, during that same period, we hosted a big delegation from the Premier's office as well, in this building on the 18th floor, because everybody was trying to make sense as to what it is we're going to do now. And of course, this idea of learning through emergencies is very, very well represented in the work of the Triple C. And of course, it will always remain with us, because in part, the idea of solidaristic practices and the ways of relationalities that must emerge through engagement work came via that particular committee, and strangely enough, mostly through an online space. We seldom had the time to meet, face to face, unless we have to work, within the community spaces that we have. And then it was dissolved in 2020 because things have changed, and we shifted the entire archive with its lessons to Bruce's division. And so this recognition is simply in a space to say that what has come out through the entire 2 days were some of the lessons that were forged in those peculiar circumstances and the principles of work that emerged there. We still have to think about how was that possible, for different types of scientists and humanities and social sciences scholars to come together so easily, without without having to write anything big, and there people are, working together. And that is very, very difficult in the university in normal circumstances and in conditions, which one has to think about. Then, of course, Jenny has built up this brilliant archive. It's probably one of the best documented processes within the university. So we have a massive, massive set of archives and documentation for that. That's available to anybody who would like to do research, on this. And it's great to think about the way in which our own work now also gets critiqued, within the research space, because not everything was hunky-dory. We all work in different kinds of ways, the different sets of weaknesses, different ways in which people pull together in different areas of work, and the idea that one can, through different paradigmatic orientations, actually come together to do useful work. Part of the idea of understanding engagement work within the context of a helix and the idea of a spectrum, that you value work from immediate relief to sustainable solutions, all in one go, came via the work that you could see people doing, empirical observations that we had in our mind as well. So it became then a steering mechanism with diverse memberships from so many different kinds of spaces, and of course supported by the colleagues from finance, the legal services, as Daryl, the Office of the Dean of Students and Communications and Marketing, right through research, innovation, and internationalization, and peoples and ops. And, our office then provided the secretariat for that particular work. Strategic resource mobilization and advancement also plays a key role in the establishment of the Convergence Fund, which at least in a sense, provided some form of fundraising activity for us to support, communities in very, very difficult circumstances. Now at this point, colleagues, and I have to tell these stories because it was for me something that I will never forget. Now every, towards the end of the day, of course, I check in with Lungile Pepeta. Now, as a medical doctor, he's not busy with his rounds and all the other kinds of things that he needed to do. And then you leave that message on the phone or you type the WhatsApp. But you know that before that evening is done, that you will get your return call, and without fail. So he was an integral member of the CCC, until March 2020. So he fell from March, 2020, and he fell ill and passed away on the 7th of August 2020. And he was the executive dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences. So he represents something special about the CCC, in the way in which he placed his entire intellectual and social skills and responsibility in tackling this pandemic, especially in relation to its impact on poor communities. So he also has played a big role in the advisory structures of the province as well. So he was passionate about having to deal with this matter, in the context of providing some form of hope for communities that were struggling to make sense of the impact of the pandemic in their lives. So if I can just perhaps now ask for, say, a moment of silence to remember Lungile, that would be great. Thank you. So now we have this idea, and that Bruce, perhaps in his, his irritation with sometimes universities' processes that are not agile enough, has a basis because during that period, the university showed that it can be agile, and it can be responsive in quick kinds of ways. And it was, facilitated, with legal advice on our side and finance in the other meeting, and we could deal with these kinds of things almost in one meeting, and the meeting seldom was more longer than 90 minutes, Like later on, we only met for an hour, and that was one of the things that made people attend those meetings so regularly as well. And so the community work stream, of which Nicole then later on became a very, very strong member, then also had this idea of just pulling the different types of principles together, in working with, from telecounseling to the community food-based systems and the capacity building on gender-based violence responses as well. So there is another lesson about how this kind of work then can take shape within the university. Now, none of this would have been possible without the initiatives undertaken by staff, students, and collaborators. That's one of the other lessons, and that is that apart from the projects that were up for coordination by the CCC, there were also hundreds of other people from within our university space that were doing great work during that particular time. And though we are recognizing the CCC as a structure today, it's also a way of recognizing everybody who played a particular role in the work, in the way in which we had to respond to the COVID pandemic as well. The work that REL, for instance, has continued to do, around ICT solutions in the context of healthcare provision, started in a big bang and in a big way through those kinds of connections. And that's the other thing, of course. We probably have much more stronger connections with civil society and state organizations and industry post the pandemic than before the pandemic, of course. And those relationships are just growing in so many different kinds of ways. So we are here more or less recognizing the work that's been done. It's very difficult for me to think of it in terms of accomplishments, but the great work that has been done, and of course the way in which people have used the principles and learnings from it to drive the work that Bruce is now responsible for, and from which actually so many of the principles that he will be presenting in the framework document at Council derived from, So this particular work will have to, go into our different types of archives and our learnings. And VC, I have to say thank you to you as the chairperson of the CCC. Your support for that work has been unwavering, both in terms of the way in which we mobilize the finances, but also the social and collegial support for that work. And we also reported into our Senate and Council structures on a quarterly basis, on that work, because then it settles your university community in relation to what needs to happen there as well. So many thanks for that, VC. I know that you dislike these kinds of accolades in public spaces, but of course, that's why I don't have a certificate for you now today, VC, okay? So I would like to thank everybody for the immense value that you have brought to the work and for the human connection and support. And that's the other thing, the human connection and the love that you could feel even online, and for the times that we came together to do the work that needs to be done. And so I would like you to join me up here on stage, colleagues, for this particular handover. VC, and you, if you would like to come up as well, that would be great to do the handover of the certificates. So I see Daryl, please come, Daryl. Denver, is Denver here? I saw him earlier today. I know Thandi is not here. SJ is not here. Lutando is not here. But then we have Bruce, Dani, Peter, Jenny, Ntombo Vuyo, and Nicole. Please. Right. Yeah, colleagues, so that's it. So thank you very much for this, and of course for allowing us to use the space just to do this, to close this particular loop around the work of the Triple C. And my last comment would be that, you know, some of the work that we've been doing during that period has also been with the University of Bath, of course, you know, in the context of the rise in global racism as well, you know, also I think the George Floyd incident. And part of that work, Bruce, in fact, I was thinking earlier today, it would be great to have our architecture department and the University of Bath architecture department in a discussion around the decolonization of that particular discipline. So I used to value that because it also allowed me to stay connected with friends, you know, across the globe, you know, especially in relation to critical reflections on the work that needed to be done. So with that, colleagues, thank you so much for indulging me and for indulging us. Thank you.
Darrell? Mike, please. Pancho's moving much faster since he's working with us now as well.
Thank you. Bruce, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it would be unfair not to also acknowledge Andre's leadership during that time in coordinating the Triple C. So Andre also, I think from the entire group, I speak on behalf of all of them, your sense of calm, your sense of comfort and support that came through during that time. I think we entered all as colleagues, and we became a family in that time. And when the Triple C meetings ended, it was almost as if there was something missing in your day, because we used to check in with one another and share all sorts of, well, from jokes to sadness to everything else. But I want to also acknowledge your role as the coordinator of that, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Darrell, for that important recognition. Colleagues, we've come to the end of 2 days, and a real appreciation that will be done formally by the people that actually made this happen. VC show was just sitting most of the time, and it's fantastic, and all the people doing the runarounds and all the work are the people that are actually of us and deeply passionate about doing this work. And Adima, as we think of what are the missing pieces that we still need to ensure to make this work land in different spaces, we just want to express our sincere appreciation to everyone that made this possible, and thank you so much. Tomorrow, colleagues, those that are interested, we'll be having a certification ceremony in the Jacksonville community out close to Boyson's Park. The Hope Revolution Vision, could the colleagues quickly stand? You saw them yesterday. Can you stand, colleagues, please? Earlier this year, Stan Zinzi, because Zinzi's staying with us next year. That's what gives me the greatest joy, VC, and she'll be working in hub number 1 with us as well. We have an MOU with the Hope Revolution Vision, and we were fortunate, then not fortunate, but we were able to develop an SLP, and 90% of the content came from the work that the Hope Revolution has been doing historically already. And the only thing that we had to do was administratively in making sure that it complied with the system. And as Andre correctly said, these irritations makes us understand the process and the system much better. But I think now we also have an opportunity, and I'm saying this to all community members, to think in what ways we can recognize the work being done. And so about 35 will be certificated as our first participants who completed a community-based substance abuse model that seeks to provide immediate knowledge to communities on how to respond when the issues of substance abuse occurs around the area. And we have 12 sites across the metro, and we're looking forward to building on that knowledge. And this is part of what we're looking at, Leslie, when we're looking at our framework for that community engagement. So let's appreciate the colleagues and wish you well tomorrow as well. And then I'm going to call on Riza now. It will conclude the program. Riza, you can come, Riza, with your whole team. And I want everyone to come on stage so people can see you. Just don't wave your CV in front of you, that's all. Just come. No, and the interns, everyone, Wano, Taffy, all the interns as well, come. The whole team, come. Where's Janine? She outside? Okay. Before I hand over, Riza is a postdoc that joined us when? In July this year. Amy, and you know, when she came in there, she was, when do I start writing up the work? And we said, no, your first assignment is to organize an international conference as a postdoc. But I think Riza, with this team, did an amazing job, and this is not all of our colleagues. But from my side, I just want to express my sincere appreciation. It's difficult, you make it difficult for me because you are keeping me running late into the year. But I'm learning so much from and with you. And these are our graduates, VC. These are graduates from the university that we can be extremely proud of, that are dealing and grappling with the same issues, but have committed themselves that while they are here to be of service and we're looking forward to them having the opportunities to find employment and find spaces where they can truly actualize their full potential. We want to encourage, especially our senior managers, to start taking interns as part of the process, because I think this is the best way that we get to know our students and learn and allow them to learn as well at different levels. So with that, thank you so much, colleagues. The only reason I got excited with the diploma was the last time I received the diploma, PESTA, was in Standard 5 for life orientation, and that's why I jumped at the possibility. But I'll hand over to Riza now, and she will do the formal closing of the event. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm just going to give our interns a moment to depart from the stage. It is such an honor for me to be here with you today and to close this program. As introduced, my name is Riza van Rooyen, and I am a postdoctoral fellow at the Engagement Office. I am very nervous to stand in front of a room of so many distinguished colleagues. Before I close this program, I would like to please call upon all the participants from yesterday and from today. That includes our roundtable participants from yesterday. If you could please stand and join me on stage, and our panelists from today, and then our keynote speakers. Could I please have all of you on stage? Our keynote speakers for today: Professor Kiet, Dr. Darmans, Prof. Naidu, Dr. Chauke, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, Dr. Enders, Prof. Asted, and Prof. Matala. Colleagues, can I have the gifts on stage, please? Enver, could you join us on stage, please? Do we have any of the roundtable participants from yesterday with us today? Monga Peter, Reverend Numdu, sorry. It's always Prof. Numdu to me. I don't know why that happens, but okay. Is Dr. Levendal with us today? Okay. So colleagues, we would just like to offer you our sincerest gratitude for all of your assistance during the course of this event. It has been trial by combat, but it has been an incredible, incredible experience for me. So I would just like to extend my greatest gratitude for this, and I would also like to thank the Transformation Office for assisting in the sponsorship of some of these gifts. Thank you so much. If the VC could please hand out the gifts to our guests. And then can I ask Dr. Darmans if you could please present a gift to the VC? She has it in her own hands this very second. Thank you very much, colleagues. You may return to your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you so much. Would you like to say?
Yeah, no, thank you, colleagues. I'm not on the program, and I'm not closing, but I just wanted to really bring in Lungile's name, Professor Pepeta. As you could see, I sat here in front crying. He took us by surprise in the middle of COVID. One of the most enduring colleague whose memory will last for his commitment to service within and beyond the university with great enthusiasm and smile, you know, and he took us by surprise, and it's an enduring loss for us, but it's also a gift that every day is an opportunity to serve, and to serve intentionally and generously and with humility, and that is what we are taking out of Lungile's lesson. So thank you very much, colleagues. I just wanted to say something about Lungile. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we do have cultural input for us today that has been sponsored by the Nelson Mandela Bay Conventions Bureau. So before I do my official closing and thank all colleagues, can we please just have them into the stage for us? This is Tama Africa. Wow, that was some way for us to end this program. I think we're all reinvigorated for this mocktail hour that we have. I would like to particularly thank the VC for joining the stage. I think that's a moment we're all going to remember for a very long time. Colleagues, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to end this engagement festival, the first of what we hope to be many. Through planning for this festival, and during the course of the last 2 days, so many lessons have been learned. And particularly today, through a lot of the panel discussions and the roundtables yesterday, I was reminded of a quote that I very recently read, and I don't believe there's such thing as a coincidence. So this quote is by an author called Arundhati Roy. There's really no such thing as the voiceless. There are only the deliberately silenced or the preferably unheard. And that is something that really stuck with me today. I remembered this quote as I was listening to our colleagues speaking. Now, if you would humor me, please, I have a long list of people that I need to thank because this truly could not have been done without a whole village. I would like to thank, firstly, each of you for joining us in the celebration of engagement. It was our hope that this event would be an opportunity to celebrate that which has been achieved and to recognize the challenging and rewarding road ahead. I would like to thank you all for your contributions to our discussions throughout the last 2 days. It has been a privilege to share space with each of you, and we trust that these conversations will be the start of many collaborative efforts. It has been a great privilege to be part of so many incredible conversations and to witness the passion in this space leading up to and during the course of this Inside Out Engagement Festival. The work we do is uncertain, it is unpredictable, and it depends on 3 key components: strong leadership, collaboration, and passion. We are lucky to have no shortage of these qualities around us, as evidenced by this event. Colleagues, we are also privileged to have automatic access to these spaces. And it is my hope that we never build the walls of our institutions so high that we block access to the communities that we want to serve. To start the long list of thank yous, I would like to thank our Vice-Chancellor, Prof. Mutwa, for providing us with clear, decisive, and compassionate leadership, and for placing the engagement mission at the forefront of our institution. A word of thanks to our Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Engagement and Transformation, Professor Kiet, whose passion for engagement and transformation is palpable, and for his support of this event and the various projects within the Engagement and Transformation portfolio. I would also like to thank our Director of Engagement, Dr. Bruce Darmans. There is no leader more accessible, more supportive, or more inspiring. Thank you for your stewardship. I believe that we are blessed with incredible leadership at this institution, without which this work would not be possible. To our collaborators and partners, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude. Firstly, to Prof. Sekhalo, who could not join us today, and Dr. Chauke. Again, Taniko, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your surname. You're going to have to correct me after this speech. From UNISA, thank you for your support, your collaboration, and for joining us in the friendly city. Secondly, our gratitude to our colleagues from the University of Bath. Prof. Naidu and Dr. Enders, thank you for making the long journey to be with us for this event. We are grateful for your partnership, and we hope that we can continue to learn from each other. We would also like to thank our sister directorate, the Transformation Office, under the leadership of Dr. Levendal, for both the continued collaboration and for your contributions to this event. I would also like to welcome and thank our colleagues from the Seawall Quartet for joining us for these 2 days as we prepare for Thursday and Friday's workshop. I would like to thank each participant in both days of our program. We are grateful for each of your voices, and in particular, I would like to thank the representatives of each of the engagement entities and community-based organizations and our roundtable participants for your presence and engagement at yesterday's event. To the Nelson Mandela Bay Tourism and Conventions Bureau, thank you for your sponsorship of our cultural input and for your presence at both days of our event. To our support services, without whom we could simply not function, thank you for your patience and your contributions. Then, colleagues, I would like to thank each of you here today for joining us in celebration and in recognition of the work yet to be done. We hope that this event will mark the beginning of challenging conversations and increased collaboration and shared learning. We have in this space representatives from many universities in our country. It is our hope that the conversations do not end here, and that we can plan for and look forward to numerous multi-institutional collaborations in 2024. Yesterday, we had a wall up at Mission Vale asking people to leave us a thought, and while there were not many, there was one that again stuck out to me, and that was less talking and more doing. Let us hope that 2024 is the year of this action. Finally, to the Engagement Office team, it is such an honor to work with a team with this much passion. It has been truly the most amazing few months that I have had professionally and personally. Thank you so much. In particular, I would like to thank all of the interns who have worked incredibly hard over the last 2 days. And then to Tafadzwa Chizu, to Ntombovuyo Linda, Moano Netengwe, the three of you have been absolutely fantastic during the course of this event. With that, colleagues, I would like to invite you to an hour of conversation and refreshments. Thank you all again for joining us. We hope to see you at the next Inside Out Engagement Festival.